mountains that the first spark of humanity was kindled. The great rivers of the Nile, the Niger and the Congo carry the lifeblood of a continent that would become the light of the world. Africa's strength was like that of a lion, fierce and unyielding. Its roar echoed across the savannas, a testament to the power of a people destined to shape the future of mankind. But as the ages turned, the fire that once burned so brightly was extinguished. The light that had guided humanity was dim, not by the passage of time, but by the hands of those who sought to scatter us, to divide us, to quench the flames of our unity. For centuries, we wandered in the shadows, our voices scattered, our strengths fragmented. The lion's roar became a whisper, and the fire that once illuminated the world was reduced to mere embers. But this is Africa, and the ambers never die. They smoldered, waiting for the breath of hope to reignite them. And now, the breath is upon us. For it had been foretold in the ancient prophecies of our ancestors that a time would come when the great minds in the heart of Africa would converge like the threads of the spider's web, weaving a network of unity and strength. This is the time. This is the moment Africa must wake up from her slumber.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Noyam Africa Dance Institute, a round of applause for them. A masterful rendition of our theme, delivering Africa's single market through infrastructure. Invest, connect, integrate.
Today, we gather not as scattered armies, but as a united force, ready to reclaim our place as the light of the world. For the fire of Africa's future is not just a dream. The fire of hope is burning once more, and it will light the way to a new dawn of Africa's prosperity.
It is requested that we all be seated and hold ourselves in readiness. Shortly we'll be joined by the Vice President of our Republic, and every other thing will proceed on time, on point, on message. Please put your hands together one more time for the Noyam Africa Dance Institute.
The Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, APD, recognizing our platinum sponsors, the African Export and Import Bank.
And now,
AfCFTA,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of our Republic, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. We begin this afternoon with a tribute to our host nation, Ghana, the national anthem. For the peace and blessings of the great God of Africa to rest and abide with us. Amen. Please be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a short introductory video to the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025.
This is the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2020. Why are we here? In this moment and at this crossroads? For centuries, Africa has moved slowly, bound by barriers that were never ours to create. Colonial borders, fragmented policies, and neglected infrastructure have hindered our ability to move freely, sell freely, and truly connect as one people. Cross-border trade is affected by border delays, bribes, and bad roads. What should take days takes weeks, affecting profits and shrinking commercial growth. It should not be too hard to trade with our neighbors. The story of our drivers is not unique. Across Africa, trade flows are stifled by barriers both physical and systemic. Intra-African trade stands at just 15 to 17%, the lowest of any continent. Poorly connected railways, decaying roads, and ports built to extract, not connect, reflect a legacy that still holds us back. But these challenges, while daunting, are not insurmountable. Across the continent, a new vision is emerging, a collective drive to invest, connect, and integrate. The winds are changing. It's time to rewrite the story. It's time to build Africa's single market. This isn't just about trade. It's about freedom, prosperity, and pride. By connecting Africa seamlessly, we unlock our collective potential. This is the step change. An Africa that no longer waits, but moves. Moves with purpose, with pride, and with power. This is the time to invest, the time to connect, and the time to integrate. Welcome to Africa's tomorrow, today.
If your voice is yours, could you please say this with me? Invest, connect, integrate. And that is how we deliver Africa's single market through infrastructure right here at the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, the third edition where political leaders and businesses come together to drive Africa's single market. Let's put our hands together for the consistency of effort, the third time in a row. My name is Jerry Edema-Jololo, and on behalf of the Africa Prosperity Network, together with her partners, let me say good afternoon to you, our guest of honor and keynote speaker, the Vice President of our Republic, Your Excellency, Professor Nana Jane-Opoku Ajiman, to Ministers of State from Ghana and abroad, Excellencies, Heads of Mission, Honorable Members of Parliament, our esteemed traditional rulers, executives of multinational organizations, our business leaders, captains of industry, investors, civil society organizations, distinguished speakers and delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is with delight we welcome you to Accra, Ghana, at the center of the earth, the home of the largest continental free trade area in the world, and for the second time in a row, the second safest country in Africa. The Nigerians are jealous, so they didn't clap. We meet here at the Accra International Conference Center. It is the home of many continental deliberations since 1991, as we add to the roll call of many prestigious events, this all-important summit. But soon, this venue will be given a little augmentation through the biggest convention center that will be built right here in Accra, Ghana, at the Trade Fair Center. It is the Trade Fair Convention Center, which will be up before end of year. If you're happy for us, a round of applause in order. It is our prayer that today our gathering here as critical players of Africa's prosperity will give us an opportunity to review the progress made in the implementation of the African single market and how the private sector can lead in driving the AfCFTA with the needed acceleration. Time is fast spent, and so I shall plead with all speakers who come up to please stick to their allotted time, 5 minutes, no more, no less. In welcoming us is a woman of strength, of character, and of great expertise. Would you please make welcome our chairperson of the Africa Prosperity Network Advisory Council, Her Excellency, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Opoku Agyeman, government representatives who are here, ministers, deputy ministers, members of parliament, our natural rulers, captains of industry, and distinguished participants. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I welcome you to the Africa Prosperity Dialogue 2025. We are gathered here in Accra, a city that has long been a beacon of African, Pan-African vision, testament to our resilience and our unyielding ambition. Today, we stand on the precipice of transformation as we deliberate on shaping the future of our continent. Of course, the theme of the year, delivering Africa's single market through infrastructure, invest, connect, integrate, is not just an ideal, it is an urgent call to action. The African Continent Free Trade Area is not an abstract policy framework. It is a generational mandate to unite our economies, facilitate trade, unlocking prosperity for all Africans. It is the key that will free us from the economic chains that have for too long ensured that Africa remains underdeveloped. To realize this vision, we must invest, connect, and integrate. Infrastructure is the lifeblood of any economy. It is the roads, railways, airways, and seaways that link not our villages to our cities, but that link our countries. But more importantly, that will move trade between our countries. It is the power that, and we need energy infrastructure because it is the power that fuel our industries. The digital highways that connect our young entrepreneurs to global markets, and the bridges that unite Africa as one economic force. It is the foundation of self-sufficiency. Africa does not merely consume, but it must create, produce, and lead. Our ambition cannot be limited to constructing roads and railways and ports. We must own and manufacture the trains that run on them. We must unlock the potential of the ocean economy. We must begin to own and manufacture the ships that dock in our harbors. Africa must move beyond being an exporter of raw materials and become the manufacturer of the future. We must beneficiate our minerals. All the minerals that the world needs, we have, but we give them to the world and we don't use them for our own development. So, in beneficiating our minerals, it will mean we are price callers, not price takers. It will also mean that the wealth of the continent will remain here because we are the biggest exporters of jobs and revenue when we export raw materials. The Africa Continental Free Trade offers us an unparalleled opportunity, a single market for over 1.3 billion people with a combined gross domestic product of more than $3.4 trillion. But let us be clear, if we do not own the means of production, if we do not prioritize industrialization, we'll remain where we are and keep exporting jobs. Over the years, the Africa Prosperity Dialogue have become a premier platform for giving partners that drive regional integration, intra-Africa trade, and sustained investments. who have not just spoken, who have acted. The 2024 Prudence Compact, developed with partners such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Secretariat, the United Nations Economic Commission, UNECA, and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, is a landmark achievement. It aligns our efforts with Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. This is a bold statement of Africa's commitment to self-sufficiency and economic sovereignty. Moreover, the launch of the Mobile Money Interoperability Symposium has underscored the critical role of financial inclusion in economic integration. The decision by the African Union mid-year coordinating meeting to adopt the continent-wide interoperability proposal is testament to our collective resolve to dismantle trade barriers that have long hindered economic growth. Of course, we cannot speak of prosperity and development without recognizing the indispensable role of women and young people. Women are not just contributors to economic growth, they are the foundation of sustainable development. From agriculture to trade, from politics to science and technology, women drive our economy forward. Yet, they continue to face barriers that limit their full participation. If Africa is to thrive, we must break these barriers, ensuring that women have equal access to capital, to markets, leadership, and decision-making spaces. Young people are not just the future, they are the present. They are actually the bridge between the present and the future. With more than 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, this is not just a demographic statistics. It is our greatest competitive advantage. We must invest in the skills revolution and opportunities that enable young Africans to innovate and to lead. If we fail to empower them, we will have failed in our duty to build the Africa that we want, that is not only prosperous, but also just and equitable. If we don't invest in the young people, we'll continue to see the sorry sights of young people crossing and drowning in the Mediterranean, leaving our continent out of desperation, not out of choice. But we must also confront the enduring power dynamics that have defined Africa's engagement with the world. For too long, we have been positioned as recipients of aid rather than partners in development. As one of our sons of the soil, Steve Biko, so powerfully reminded us, and I quote, "The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed." We must free ourselves from dependency, embrace self-sustainability, taking control of our own developmental trajectory. Africa is not poor, but Africans are poor. Africa has never been poor. It is the structuring of global trade, the extraction of wealth, and the legacy of historic exploitation that has impoverished us. That era must end. Distinguished guests, the time has passed for rhetoric. This is our moment to make history. We must act not in isolation, but together as united Africa. Let this be the moment to recommit ourselves to the Africa we want, an Africa that no longer exports its potential but harnesses it. Let us leave this dialogue not merely inspired, but equipped with concrete strategies, commitments, and partnerships that will bring our vision to life. I urge every participant here to actively engage in the deliberations. Let this be an opportunity to network, to strategize, and to collaborate in ways that will leave a lasting impact. As we embark on this journey, let us remember, history will not judge us by the speeches we make, but by the Africa we leave behind. I thank you.
Her Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma is the chairperson of the Africa Prosperity Network at the Council, and if she speaks so passionately about Africa, it's because under her dynamic leadership as the very first female chairperson of the African Union Commission, please, a round of applause. Her tenure was marked by a very defining moment for the continent, which sets the overarching agenda for the continent's next 50 years, from 2013 to 2063. Under her leadership and direct drive, Africa's strategic framework for socioeconomic transformation, Agenda 2063, was developed and adopted. Please, a round of applause for a woman who breaks ceilings. We thank you for your leadership, and the Vice President is very proud of you, being a woman who's broken several ceilings also. And so we move on to receive our first remark from our speakers. For 30 years, they have been at the business of empowering small businesses to improving healthcare and education. MTN's commitment to Africa's growth remains steadfast to bridge the digital divide, thereby enabling millions to thrive. They do this because they believe everyone deserves the benefits of a modern, connected life. Make welcome the CEO, MTN Ghana, Mr. Stephen Blewett.
Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Apuku Ajumang, our Vice President of Ghana, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the Chairperson of the APN Advisory Council, our traditional leaders, our CEO colleagues, business leaders, senior officials, the media, and you, our distinguished guests. I'm delighted to join you all on this year's Africa Prosperity Network dialogue here in Accra. On behalf of MTN Ghana, it is my singular honor and privilege to welcome our brothers and our sisters from other parts of the African continent to Accra. I trust you will enjoy your visit and get to experience the finest hospitality that Ghana is famed for. I'm sure you will get to experience the Akwaba spirit, and I'm sure you will use the best network in Ghana, MTN. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for many years, Africa has suffered a poor image as the world's poster child for negative stereotypes such as war, disease, famine, and many others. Whilst the continent does have its challenges, there is also truths that risk getting drowned in a single story being projected as the narrative for Africa. Ours is a vibrant continent with a youthful population that can be harnessed for productivity with the right skills set. It's a continent with huge natural resources that can transform its fortunes with the right management and governance skills. It's a continent that offers exciting investment opportunities. And we as MTN are example of how much that investment can be and how much it can be good for the continent and for business. In trade, in energy, and in digitization, and many, many other opportunities exist in Africa. Indeed, Africa is the place to be. This is the continent. And I mentioned a youthful population. And to pick up what Dr. Dlamini Zuma said, and I know the VP feels strongly about this, we have to develop our women, our young girls. We need to give them ICT skills. We have to give them digital skills so they can be part of the development of our continent. And we are committed to that as MTN. This morning, the various conversations that took place here at the APD focused on international private-public partnerships, the role of the AfCFTA in eliminating trade barriers, the mobilization of finance for urban development, and transport and logistics to make free trade a possibility among several others. As this conference progresses, we look forward to further engagements on sustainable energy, digital infrastructure, and other themes. Ladies and gentlemen, at MTN Ghana, and indeed wider MTN family, we are particularly excited about these important conversations and are proud to play a pivotal role as Africa's leading telecommunications provider. And I always like to add, we are born in Africa and we are from Africa, and we're proud of that heritage. This is because all the discussions on delivering Africa's single market through infrastructure will come to naught without investing in connectivity and integration, which is what the theme of the conference is all about. Digital access, internet connectivity, digital literacy, which is what I mentioned just now, and skills as well as promotion of e-commerce, mobile banking, and a host of others are central to our vision for Africa as a brand that is at the heart of harnessing Africa's potential. This platform presents a fine opportunity for MTN to position itself as a valued partner in Africa's progress, spurring critical conversations and shaping our future. That is why, for us, the APD is hugely significant, assembling great minds and leaders in various sectors across the continent to come together and share insights and experience and commit towards building a resilient Africa that can offer its people the opportunity of real growth and prosperity in a meaningful way. When I think of these things, I always am reminded that our time is now. It's a time of action, and we need to remember that we need to move forward with that mindset. Africa's prosperity is the sum of the prosperity of all of her countries working together through its cross-border institutions, such as the AfCFTA, the AfDB, and the African Union, and others. Together, in the true spirit of a Pan-African cooperation, we can control and shape our narrative, and I'm confident that we will seize the opportunities for our continent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for providing solutions for the progress of Africa. At the heart of Ghana's and Africa's digitalization efforts is a wholly owned Ghanaian group of companies, and through a network of specialized business units, promote efficient solutions and effective tech-based related services to customers across Ghana and partner operating regions. Please make welcome the KGL Group, the Executive Chairman, Mr. Alex Apau Dade.
Thank you. I think due to time, I'm editing as I go on. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, J. Nana Opoku Agyeman, distinguished guests, I want to stand on all protocols observed this morning. It is with great pride and humility that I stand before you today at the African Prosperity Dialogues 2025, and also as a representative and talking for corporate Ghana. We are here not just to discuss Africa's future, but to redefine it through collaboration, innovation, and an unyielding belief in the continent's limitless potential. As we gather under the theme, Delivering African Single Market Through Infrastructure, Invest, Connect, Integrate, we acknowledge that the path towards African prosperity is a journey that demands vision, a collaborative spirit, and a shared sense of purpose. Your Excellency, I want to dwell on two major issues very close to my heart, is private-public partnerships and diaspora and socio-economic inclusion. Africa, with its diverse nations and culture, holds immense promise, yet its potential is still largely untapped due to systemic barriers. One of the most significant hurdles to overcome is the fragmented nature of the continent's markets, which have made it difficult for countries to effectively trade with each other and share resources and scale up innovations. This fragmentation also means that businesses are unable to access regional and international markets, and citizens are disconnected from opportunities that could enhance their livelihoods. The vision of a single African market is one that enables seamless flow of goods, services, capital, and people. To achieve this, we must focus on three interconnected pillars: invest, connect, and integrate. Investment is the cornerstone of every thriving economy, and in Africa, we need for a substantial investment in infrastructure. To unlock the full potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area and foster intra-African trade, we need to address the infrastructural deficit that has long plagued the continent. While investment lays the foundation, connectivity speaks to the lifeblood of a truly integrated market. Infrastructure must be built in such a way that connects not only the major cities and capitals, but also the remote areas. The KGL group of companies, of which I lead as executive chairman, is truly committed to leading the way in Ghana's digital transformation, spanning fintech, logistics, trade, commerce, with presence in other African countries. Central to our growth is the power of public-private partnership, which serves as a cornerstone for delivering critical infrastructure and fostering sustainable economic growth. The private sector has a pivotal role to play in building sustainable and thriving economies. I have always maintained that governments do not create wealth, the private sector does, and by incentivizing it to do so is the surest way to ensure growth. By also focusing on collaborations between public-private entities, we unlock immense potential to accelerate infrastructural projects and improve the delivery of services. This bold approach allows government to leverage the expertise, innovation, and funding of private enterprises to tackle the complex challenges and facilitate economic development in ways that would otherwise be unattainable. Private enterprises like the KGL Group have a pivotal role to play in the structural transformation of African economies. Your Excellency, permit me to highlight my point by citing a couple of major infrastructural interventions the KGL Group have made in partnership with public entities, which has brought huge financial benefits to the country. First is our strategic partnership with the Ghana National Lottery Authority. This partnership has revitalized the state lottery sector in Ghana by turning it from a loss-making one to one of the most profitable state enterprises in Ghana in just under 4 years, thereby making significant contributions to the national coffers and good causes. This has been achieved by combining KGL's technology innovation, operational efficiency, marketing expertise, and capital injection with the government's regulatory framework and public trust. Another example is the group's partnership with the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. This collaboration focused on implementing cutting-edge fuel management systems for the fisheries sector, Fuel Automation Ghana Limited, a subsidiary of KGL Group, designed, built, and fully financed without a penny from the government automation platforms for over 200 beach landing sites for the premixed fuel across the country. This initiative has brought transparency, accountability, and efficiency to a sector historically plagued with inefficiency, corruption, and mismanagement, thereby saving the government $30 million annually. These examples highlight the profound impact of public-private partnership collaborations across the country to solve national challenges, whether it's revitalizing the lottery sector, improving premixed fuel, exploring sustainable energy solutions. Public-private partnerships have the potential to drive substantial economic and social development. The KGL Group has to date, in the last 10 years, invested over $400 million in the economy of Ghana. Without a shred of doubt, the success of PPPs also depends on conducive socio-political environment and alignment. Political stability, rule of law, respect for property rights, and contractual agreement by the state are essential for building business confidence and removing suspicion. Political alignment ensures that the public-private collaborations are not only economically viable, but are also aligned to national policies and long-term developmental goals. This dimension brings coherence between public sector innovation and private sector innovation and public policy frameworks, fostering a shared vision of addressing challenges. As we continue the quest to bridge Africa's infrastructural gap and find ways of funding, there lies a crucial, often overlooked resource: the African diaspora. The African diaspora remains our most valuable resource for investment and growth. With over 150 million people spread across the globe, the African diaspora represents an immense pool of talent, expertise, and financial capital. This population is not only geographically distant, it is brimming with a wealth of untapped potential that could be the catalyst for the continent's growth. Traditionally, the focus of many African governments has been on attracting foreign direct investment, FDI, as a key economic driver. While FDI and ODA, which is Overseas Development Aid, certainly play an important role, it is time for Africa to rethink its strategy. We must consider an alternative that is not only about capital inflow, but also the unique value of the African diaspora. Distinguished guests, Your Excellency, I stand before you this afternoon as an ardent advocate of diaspora inclusion in the socio-economic transformation of Africa. My story and that of the KGL Group, having invested significantly not only in Ghana but other African countries, is a clear manifestation of the investment power the African diaspora can unleash into our markets. My story is no different from that of millions of African diasporans waiting in cities like London, New York, Frankfurt, and other parts of the world to engage with the motherland. Governments should formulate diaspora engagement policies that can attract them and accelerate their relocation and integration. I would therefore like to recommend diaspora direct investment, as we call it, DDI, as a preferred option to FDI and ODA. It shifts the focus from often unpredictable and external nature of FDI to a more intricate, sustainable source of growth. Investments from people who already have a deep understanding of the continent, its challenges, and its opportunities. Unlike FDI, Your Excellency, which often depends on global economic trends and foreign policies, diaspora direct investment is rooted in personal connections, shared cultural ties, and a vested interest in the prosperity of the continent. Remittances from African diaspora has already proven to be an economic lifeline for many African countries, contributing billions annually to local economies. In 2023, according to the World Bank, Africa received over $100 billion in remittances as compared to $42 billion in official development aid and $40 billion in FDI. However, Africa must go beyond merely being recipient of remittances. It's about time to unlock the next level of diaspora investment by channeling remittances into structured investment products for investing directly into local businesses, industries, and infrastructure projects instead of consumption. Your Excellency, Africa's future lies in the purposeful creation of great African business champions or conglomerates on whose shoulders others will stand on. African conglomerates capable of competing in the global arena. Conglomerates that embody our rich culture, heritage, contribute to African prosperity, and inspire pride across the continent. Through strategic partnerships and an unwavering commitment to growth, Africa can redefine its position in the global economy. This is a task that requires collective effort. While the public plays a role, it cannot achieve this alone. We need robust collaboration between public and private sectors to design and implement policies and initiatives that will address the unique challenges businesses face today. Through strategic partnerships, we can create solutions that not only overcome present obstacles, but also build a prosperous, resilient Africa for the future. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, let us remember that the future of Africa lies in our hands. The path of prosperity is one that requires bold decisions, innovative thinking, and unwavering collaboration. We must leverage the power of inclusion and collaboration, harness the potential of diaspora, create tax incentives to attract investment, and support the next generation of entrepreneurs. Together, we can build a more integrated, prosperous, and resilient Africa. Let us rise to the challenge, invest in our infrastructure, connect to our markets, and integrate our economies. The future of Africa is bright, and it starts with each one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Apaudade, Executive Chairman of the KGL Group, for your bold efforts and being a champion of diaspora inclusion in Africa's progress. We're joined by a global advocate for Africa's renaissance. He is the president of the Osus II Council. We make welcome His Majesty Noche Professor Ni Note Owo IV. Thank you for joining us. I urge all speakers to please stick to the allotted time, 5 minutes, failing which sanctions shall apply. Let's now talk about economic development, integration, and trade through the Department of Economic Affairs, DEA, that promotes the work of the African Union in the area of economic integration and private sector development and engagement. Make welcome the Director, EDTI, African Union Commission, Mr. Jamal Grib.
Your Excellency, Jane Opoku Ajman, Vice President, Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Chair of the Advisory Council of the APD, Your Excellency, my sister, this sister, Dr. Fatima Al-Sheikh, Secretary General of the BADIA, Your Excellency, my dear sister, Dr. Asfour Amani, President of the Africa Business Council, my dear friend, Gabi Asare Oche, DARCO Executive Chairman and founder of the Africa Prosperity Network. It's both a privilege and a profound responsibility to address you today on behalf of the African Union Commission at the pivotal gathering, the Africa Prosperity Dialogue 2025. This year themes delivering Africa's single market through infrastructure, invest, connect, integrate, is not just a call to action, but a clarion call for unity, innovation, and bold leadership as we collectively work to transform the Africa Continental Free Trade Area from a visionary framework into a live reality for all Africans. The AfCFTA stands as one of the most ambitious and transformative initiatives in Africa's history. It is more than a trade agreement. It is a blueprint for unlocking Africa's vast economic potential, fostering industrialization, and driving inclusive growth. Yet, the realization of this vision hinges one of the critical enabler, infrastructure. Without modern, efficient, and interconnected infrastructure, the promise of a single market will remain unfulfilled. Infrastructure is not merely a facilitator of trade, it is the foundation upon which Africa's economic future will be built. Transport corridors, digital networks, energy systems, and trade facilitation mechanisms are the arteries that will connect our economies, empower our business, and enable Africa to compete on the global stage. However, the challenge is stark. The African Development Bank estimate that Africa faces an annual infrastructure financing gap of $68 billion to $108 billion US. Bridging this gap demands innovative financing solutions, robust public partnership, and a concerted effort to mobilize private sector capital. We must also leverage blended finance mechanisms and explore new avenues of investment to ensure that infrastructure projects are not only viable but also sustainable. The private sector is the lifeblood of the Africa economic transformation. To unlock its full potential, we must create an enabling environment that reduces trade barriers, harmonizes regulation, and foster policy coherence across borders. The African Union Commission is committed to work hand in hand with financial institutions, investors, and businesses to de-risk investment and accelerate the delivery of cross-border infrastructure projects. Our message to the private sector is unequivocal. You are not just the stakeholders in this journey, you are its driving force. Government and development institutions must work tirelessly to create the conditions that empower business to thrive, innovate, and lead Africa integration agenda. The journey to deliver Africa's single market is one we cannot undertake alone. Collaboration with development finance institutions, multilateral partners, and global investors is essential. Initiatives such as the Africa Investment Forum, the Program for Infrastructure Development Africa, PIDA, and the G20 Compact with Africa underscore the importance of international cooperation in advancing our infrastructure agenda. Yet, while partnerships are vital, Africa infrastructure investment must be guided by African ownership, aligned with our strategic priorities and anchored in a long-term sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, the time for deliberation is over. We have the vision, the strategies, and the political will. What we need to now is unwavering commitment, decisive action, and measurable results. However, to realize Africa's full potential, we must decisively address the infrastructure funding gap. Africa traditional funding models heavily reliant on sovereign debt and concessional lending are no longer sufficient. We must rethink our approach, moving away from direct lending toward risk mitigation mechanisms that unlock substantial private sector flow. The African Union Commission is playing a pivotal role in advancing innovative financing mechanisms to bridge this gap, ensuring infrastructure investments are sustainable, bankable, and attractive to investors. Our focus is on, first, risk mitigation through first loss guarantee funds. By establishing first loss capital structure, we can de-risk projects and crowd in private investment at scale. This fund serves as a buffer, absorbing initial losses to incentivize institutional investor, pension fund, and sovereign wealth fund to commit capital to Africa infrastructure. Second, insurance and reinsurance solution, recognizing that a country risks is a major deterrent for investors. We are promote risk coverage through insurance and reinsurance mechanism. These instruments safeguard against political risks, foreign exchange volatility, and other macroeconomic uncertainty, ensuring greater investor confidence. Three, reforming the role of the credit rating agency. Unfair and overly conservative rating by international agencies continue to inflate borrowing costs for the African economies, creating an artificial barrier to investment. The EU is actively advocating for a more balanced and transparent rating agency, while also working toward an Africa-led credit rating agency to offer alternative assessment that reflect the true investment potential of African investors. Five, blended finance and de-risking investment. We are leveraging blended finance model that combine concessional funds with private capital to lower risk exposure. These include using local debt and equity instruments to anchor projects, thus reducing foreign exchange risk and enhancing long-term financial sustainability. Six, securitization and credit enhancement. Africa must take full advantage of risk transfer mechanisms such as securitization and credit enhancement. Through partial risk credit guarantees and credit wrap instruments, we can enhance credit worthiness, making African infrastructure projects more attractive to global institutional investors. Stable and predictable regulatory framework. This is the last one. Investment thrives in an environment of stability. We are working with member states to ensure clear, predictable, and harmonized regulatory framework that facilitate long-term infrastructure finance and to reduce policy uncertainty and enhance investors' trust. As a full member of the G20, the African Union is actively shaping global financial governance to address Africa infrastructure deficit. Our priority is to first advocate the global financing reform. We are pushing for a recalibration of the global financial architecture to ensure more concessional financing, increase participation of African financial institutions in global market, and expand the role for private sector financing in Africa infrastructure. Second, mobilize G20 support for infrastructure development. We are engaging with multilateral development banks, development finance institutions, DFIs, and sovereign wealth fund to scale up investment in Africa's strategic infrastructure project. Third, promote Africa as an investment destination. By amplifying Africa's voice in global economic governance, we aim to shift perception about investment risk, demonstrating the continent's economic resilience, innovation potential, and policy reform that create enabling environment for long-term. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at the defining moment in its history. We can either remain a continent of untapped potential or rise as a global economic powerhouse. The choice is ours. The time is incremental progress is over. This is the moment for bold action, transformative change, and a collective commitment to building an Africa that thrives. Government must accelerate regulatory framework, eliminate trade barriers, and create an environment conducive to investment. Investors must step forward with capital, committing to bankable projects and deliver both financial returns and social impact. Third, financial institutions must innovate and look in blended finance solution that bridges the funding gap. And fourth, business must seize the opportunities of single market, scaling up investment in a cross-border trade and value chain. As I conclude, we engage in this critical dialogue over the coming days. Let us remember that the future of Africa prosperity is not a distant dream. It is a reality we can shape together. Let us invest in infrastructure and connect our people, integrate our economies, and deliver a single market that transfers the lives of Africa's 1.4 billion citizens. The African Union Commission remains steadfast in its commitment to working with all stakeholders, government, investors, multilateral institutions, and private sector actors to ensure that Africa infrastructure ambition translates into tangible, high-impact projects that drive trade, industrialization, and inclusive growth. Together, let us build an Africa that is not only prosperous, but also united, resilient, and fully integrated into the global economy. Allow me to wish you fruitful deliberation, and thank you very much.
Many thanks to you, the Director, ADTI, Africa Union Commission, Mr. Jamel Grib. 50 years of Arab-African cooperation significantly contributing to economic development and cooperation between African and Arab countries through impactful investments. These projects have created jobs, improved living standards, and spurred economic growth across the continent. Make welcome the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, the Secretary General, Badia, Her Excellency Dr. Fatima El Sheikh.
I am exceptionally thrilled and pleased today that as an African, and maybe I should be more accurate, Arab-African woman, that the first I have to greet today are pioneers in their domain. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President, I think if I'm not mistaken, you are the first Vice President in Ghana. Your Excellency, Madam Zuma, you are the first African Union chairperson, a name that was always for men. Honorable Ministers, Excellency Brother Jamal, Director of EDTI, distinguished guests, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, our co-sponsors of the event that believes in dialogue, that believes in Africa Prosperity Network, all protocol observed. Good afternoon, everybody. It is an honor to stand before you today at Africa Prosperity Dialogue 2025 edition in the vibrant and beautiful city of Accra, Ghana, a place of deep historical and strategic significance for Africa and for Africa economic integration, a place that feels home for many of us who loves Ghana and loves Africa. Let me extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers, the Africa Prosperity Network, ABN, for convening this crucial platform at such a pivotal time for the continent. Accra is not only the home of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, but it's also the heart of Africa's integration effort. It's also the city that witnessed the birth of the Africa-Arab collaboration, the new domain of the Africa-Arab Financial Consortium. This landmark initiative that brings together key financial institutions from the Arab world, Africa, marks a new era of Africa-Arab collaboration. Badia is immensely proud that this consortium will mobilize greater resources for Africa. Last year, the Arab Coordination Group committed 50 billion for Africa sustainable development. We are very proud that Badia is the first front runner with these resources to make sure that the African continent is able to leverage that resource for its development. The theme of this year's dialogue, Delivering Africa's Single Market through Infrastructure, Invest, Connect, and Integrate, perfectly aligns with our shared vision. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is a game changer for us. It is also a success that we can realize, but depends on our robust infrastructure transformation. Badia have invested more than $15 billion so far in the continent. More than 60% or 70% of that was dedicated for infrastructure. More than 40 airports we've built in the continent. We have had a lot of what we call them the isolation liberation roads. These are roads that connect the landlocked countries with ports and access to sea. We are very proud that Badia's new ambition 5-year plan that we recently launched, $18 billion that we want to program over the next 5 years, are actually focusing on continuation of our infrastructure development. At Badia, we don't see infrastructure as a bridge to prosperity and integration only. We see it as a human-centered approach to development. We remain committed to working with governments, private sector, who are very proud that we are partnering with them today on the digital transformation, on the financial inclusion, and on the development of Africa to facilitate a trade and industrialization across the borders of Africa. towards a continent that does not recognize historical or colonial borders that were born in the continent without our desire. Badia recently gathered here in Ghana, as I've mentioned, to make sure that we are able to leverage new resources. But I think while we are doing that, we need to also be cognizant of the sustainability call. We need to invest in ensuring that the infrastructures that we develop in the continent is actually a sustainable future for the rest of the generations to come. As we gather here in Accra, let's reaffirm our collective commitment to transforming from a vision to an action. And I'm here, allow me to quote two critical visions that the continent is racing against: the Agenda 2030 for the Sustainable Development Goal, and the Africa 2063, where we're having the pioneer of the Africa 2063 agenda. And we have very limited time for the generation to come to realize this vision. But this commitment to partnership with Africa Prosperity Network is not a commitment for visibility, and it's not a commitment that we see as an opportunity for doing more business or creating more leverage for Africa. It's actually a commitment that we see in the opportunity of exploring new avenues in the continent. A commitment where we believe that the one way to build dividends in economic and social transformation in the continent is through an active dialogue with the partners in the continent to make sure that we understand the voices of the Africa, but we also we understand the future that they want and they demand that we craft. Badia is proud to be part of this journey, and I look forward to the impactful discussion. Before concluding, allow me to send a special, sincere appreciation and thank you note to a dear friend, a brother, and I think who spared no effort in making sure that the dialogue happens. He invests his own time, resources, and we know that your time is quite valuable, Gabi. Thank you so much for making sure that all of us are here. I really want to thank you on behalf of Badia, but on behalf of all the partners to the ABN network. Thank you, Ghana, for hosting us. Thank you for being the Gold Coast of Africa. Thank you for being the trade hub and window for a better future in Africa. Thank you.
And she did all this in 4 minutes, 51 seconds. Put your hands together for the Secretary General of Badia. Thank you for being a beacon of hope, a catalyst for development, and a symbol of the enduring bond between our two regions. And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite the African Export-Import Bank, AfriExim, the foremost Pan-African multilateral financial institution devoted to financing and promoting intra and extra-Africa trade. Make welcome the Managing Director, Madam Gwen Mwaba.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of Ghana, Your Excellency, Madam Zuma, distinguished guests, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to stand before you today at the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, representing the African Export and Import Bank, a steadfast partner in the journey towards a prosperous and integrated Africa. Today, we gather under an important theme: delivering Africa's single market through infrastructure. Invest, connect, and integrate. This theme is not merely a call to action. It's a vision that encapsulates the essence of our collective future. A future where Africa is united, thriving, and resilient. Let us begin with investment. Infrastructure is the backbone of any economy. It is the foundation upon which we build our dreams. In Africa, we are blessed with abundant resources and a youthful energy. Yet, to unlock this potential, we must invest significantly in our infrastructure, our roads, our railways, our ports, and energy systems. When it comes to infrastructure, in Africa, bridging 130 billion to 170 billion financing gap is a major challenge that requires innovative approaches to deliver our infrastructure needs. AfCFTA is committed to financing projects that will transform our infrastructure landscape on the continent. We are actively working to mobilize both public and private investments to bridge the financing gap that has hampered our progress for far too long. We must create ecosystems that attract investments by ensuring transparency, reducing risks, and fostering innovation. Only then can we transform our continent into an interconnected marketplace that benefits all Africans. In addition to its debt financing, AfCFTA is supporting infrastructure financing through equity under its subsidiary, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, or FEDA, by crowding in investments through its comprehensive guarantee offerings and ensuring infrastructure projects are realized through its innovative project preparation facility. However, infrastructure is not merely about physical structures. We must also connect. Infrastructure is about connections that we forge between nations, communities, and economies. The African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, presents a remarkable opportunity to enhance trade and foster collaboration. However, its success hinges on our ability to connect markets through seamless transport logistic networks. Imagine a continent where goods, services, and ideas flow freely across borders. A place where a farmer in Kenya can easily reach consumers in Ghana, or an entrepreneur in Nigeria can collaborate with a tech startup in South Africa. This vision can only be realized if we prioritize the development of our regional corridors, digital infrastructure, and cross-border initiatives. At AfCFTA, we are championing projects that facilitate this connectivity. We are working with governments, private sector players, and regional organizations to create integrated transport networks that will not only enhance trade, but also foster unity and cooperation across our nations. We are working with the AfCFTA and the African Union on addressing issues related to cross-border payments through the Pan-African Payments and Settlement Systems, PAPS. This will not only allow for payments using local currencies, but will also save the continent an estimated $5 billion annually. Finally, we must integrate. Integration goes beyond physical infrastructure. It encompasses harmonizing policies, regulations, and standards across our continent. It's about creating a conducive environment where businesses can operate seamlessly, regardless of geographic boundaries, and goods and people can move freely. AfCFTA is working with the AfCFTA and regional economic communities to facilitate cross-border movement of goods through our African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme. To achieve the ambition of our single market and African integration, we must work collaboratively. Governments, private sector, civil society must come together and harmonize trade regulations, reduce tariffs, and dismantle non-tariff barriers. We must invest in human capital, fostering skills and knowledge that empower our people to thrive in a connected marketplace. Moreover, we should leverage technology to facilitate integration. Digital platforms can revolutionize trade by simplifying processes and enhancing access to markets. Initiatives like the African Trade Gateway, championed by AfCFTA, can provide the critical infrastructure needed to support our vision of a single market. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey to deliver Africa's single market, let us remember that our strength lies in our unity. We must invest, connect, and integrate with determination and with purpose. The time to act is now. Together, we can create a vibrant Africa that stands as a beacon of prosperity, innovation, and resilience. Thank you for your attention, and let us move forward together, investing, connecting, and integrating for a prosperous Africa. Thank you very much.
We say many thanks to you, the Managing Director of AfCFTA, Madam Gwen Mwaba. Together, let's say it again: invest, connect, integrate. And this is how we're going to deliver Africa's single market through infrastructure. Let's now hear the perspectives from the gods, the ancestors, the youth, the children, the ordinary men and women, from the writer king who sips communion wine with the gods. Nana Sasi will render poetry and thereafter invite our guest of honor to deliver her address. Make welcome Nana Sasi.
I am a force. I hit with power greater than me, for I am simply a ripple of a pebble cast in the pool of all of this world. I am the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. My people, I came to pour libation, not with drink, not with wine, but with words the world considers hefty. Can you imagine the net we would have to rake in fish if we were to put our hands one in the palms of our other? Our ancestors have taught me well enough. For I crack my nuts on the knees of the elders. I know the sound of a hollow bone. I know that truly, if a king sits in his palanquin and he is not carried, he simply calls the wind and calls the wind, and he beats his chest and he's still stuck to earth. And so it takes the back, without which there is no front, to ensure that Africa will work again. I came to present to you two sides of the drum: the animal's skin and then our chest as a people. For our chest are as good as a drum as any animal skin could ever be. Africa, the time is here and a good matter is short. When a rich man goes to the market, people hardly have anything to buy. And this is a time where we all gather back at this crossroads of dreams, this market of 9 moons, where this great dream began. Dreams only fit for the strong, dreams only fit for men and women who dare to sleep, dream, and then we have chosen to wake up and lend feet to our dreams. And so I invite you, my people, not only to come home and trade statistics, not only to come home and trade big words, but to come home and feel the wombs of the earth and realize that our umbilicals were cut on nomadic whetstones, and the world could not interpret our steps. They called it dance. The world could not interpret the way we move our hands, and so they chose to call it goings and comings. My people, we know it is greater goal than all of this. And our commonwealth is not stashed in votes. It is stashed in fantastic minds like yours and yours and yours and yours, and then mine. I beat my chest, for I am simply a child who has learned that a child is not held in contempt for calling his father's oath out of turn. I am proud to be African, for we keep the world going round. I have learned it is only a child who is called the king's son when his father is alive. Yabani yebekro ubien to mean chairman brofo. And so it is high time. I invest my energy. You invest your intellect, invest some technology. My people, let us put up the structure, the infrastructure that will make Africa great and strong. Great, again, a force to be reckoned with, like me when I hit with my words. Greater, for I am only a stone dropped in this pool of life. Ago, fiha. Only a foolish son points to his house with his father's left finger. A daughter in that wise thinks herself old enough to teach her own mother how to bear children, and so the world cannot take us for granted, my people. For we are the wombs of the earth where she cooks her food and sends to the rest of the world, and today we stand on the verge of history. Urgency says I must end this conversation quickly. Otherwise, I would have played you the full distance of the drum and the xylophone. Africa, it is with pride that I call her Your Excellency. Your Excellency, as we stand on the verge of history, you are really a marker that we look up to, a standard to be attained. I call you Your Excellency for the world, but I call you Mother, for indeed you taught me to speak well. You taught me to step well. And so, I stand in the presence of elders with regal steps of riddles. My people, by next when we gather to count the harvest, let it not be talk, let it be statistic. I am a consumer not only of history but also of quality, and I can tell, for I have indeed carried water, I have carried drink, but above all I have carried oil. And so I can tell you, once we have done this thrice, we sure know where we are going. Now, I am only a messenger who comes before. Mother comes to point our paths ahead, for indeed our paths to destiny lie within, but it takes one to light the torch and lead the path. Africa, are we ready? The moment is here. Your Excellency, earth will receive you gently. If you take your steps, they are so sure. Africa, the world is willing to listen. Ladies and gentlemen, first ever at the crossroads of dreams, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency, a lady, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyeman. Your Excellency, a good matter is short. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Medasipi. To all your excellencies, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Esteemed guests, all of us gathered here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to our beloved country, the land of freedom and justice, and a beacon of Pan-Africanism. As we open this year's Africa Prosperity Dialogues, let me continue by extending the warmest Ghanaian greetings, Akwaba, to each one of you. We invite you not only to participate in these transformative dialogues and discussions, but also to immerse yourselves in our hospitality and heritage. This year's theme, Delivering Africa's Single Market Through Infrastructure, Invest, Connect, Integrate, is a call to action for all of us to reset and accelerate Africa's journey towards integration and shared prosperity. It aligns perfectly well with the vision of our continent's founding fathers and mothers too. Since independence, Ghana has remained steadfast in its commitment to Africa's integration and unity. Today, we continue to champion this cause by actively supporting initiatives such as the AfCFTA, which is headquarters here in Accra. We commend the Africa Prosperity Network and the AfCFTA Secretariat for creating this platform, which brings together leaders from all over both from the public and private sectors of our continent, to dialogue and find solutions to lasting, sustainable development. Distinguished participants, Africa's fragmented markets are a significant barrier to our economic potential. While our continent boasts of a population of 1.4 billion people and a combined GDP of more than 3.4 trillion, a significant part of the potential remains unfulfilled and will continue to do so if our markets remain divided. Integration is not just a theoretical concept. It is a lifeline to our collective future. By breaking down barriers and creating a single market, we can unlock immense opportunities, create jobs for our youth, and Madam Zuma, I agree with you, so we don't watch them drowning in other waters. We can also, by so doing, lift millions out of poverty. These dialogues are unique because they bring together voices from diverse sectors: trade, industry, banking, and more. And they ensure that Africa's single market is inclusive and representative. For example, women have long been at the forefront of trade on this continent, dominating cross-border businesses, and yet we continue to face significant barriers, from cumbersome regulations to inadequate infrastructure. Removing these impediments is not just a moral imperative, it is an economic necessity. Ladies and gentlemen, if Africa is to realize the dream of a single market, we must prioritize infrastructural development. Without transportation and means of it, without energy systems that connect our cities, our countries, our regions, without the movement of goods and services in guaranteed ways, people might remain, or our hopes might remain, a challenge. Research from the World Bank emphasizes that while Africa has made significant strides in this area, and a critical challenge still remains, and which is the lack of interconnectedness across our infrastructure networks, caused by a fragmented approach to policy. Furthermore, power remains the continent's most pressing infrastructure gap, with over 30 countries experiencing frequent power outages. For example, historically, infrastructure development has been shouldered almost exclusively by governments. However, the time has come to forge stronger partnerships with the private sector. Working together, we can bridge these gaps and drive both growth and transformation. Here in Ghana, we have made significant strides in developmental projects. Our airport is one of the best on the continent, I submit. And it remains a hub for regional and international travel. Our ports are being modernized to facilitate trade, and we are expanding our road and railway networks to connect key economic zones. In addition, Ghana's investments in energy infrastructure are aimed at ensuring reliable and affordable power for industries and for households too. I must commend His Excellency the President of Ghana for his firm commitment to the development of infrastructure as a cornerstone to our economic transformation. However, as we celebrate our achievements, we must recognize that much more remains to be done across the continent and in the various regions and countries. Another important area is digital infrastructure. Mobile technology has already revolutionized financial inclusion in Africa, where services such as mobile money platforms bring banking services to the unbanked and brings banking services close to the consumer. In Ghana, we have prioritized mobile payment interoperability to ease trade and promote financial inclusion. Imagine the transformative impact of this technology. Imagine if this technology were scaled across the continent to enable seamless transactions between businesses and consumers in different countries. To expedite the single market agenda, we must invest collectively in building robust digital infrastructure. Besides connecting people and markets, this will also drive innovation and entrepreneurship. As we deliberate on these issues, I call on all of us as leaders to embrace and champion and expand this initiative. The success of the single market depends on our collective will and decisive action. We must accelerate progress to ensure that Africa's gains are realized for this and for the future generations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in today's sessions and deliberations, I encourage all of us to work, to network, to collaborate, to share ideas that move us closer and closer to a single African market. And while we are here, please take some time to experience Ghana. I believe you will enjoy some of our food. Enjoy our unique perspectives, enjoy our unique people, and I know that even more delicious cuisine awaits you at the end of today. Allow me to thank you and extend thanks again to the organizers for this kind invitation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of our Republic, Her Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Your Excellency, if it pleases you, in time-held tradition of these conferences, we'd like to take a ceremonial photo. Respectfully, I invite you to the center. As I invite to join you, please be seated. As I invite to join you in the spirit of inclusion, your sister, the chairperson of the APN Advisory Council, Her Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, together with all the speakers for the opening ceremony, Mr. Stephen Blewitt, Mr. Alex Dade, Mr. Jamal Grip, Madame Gwen Mwaba, Her Excellency Dr. Fatima El Sheikh. Allow me to also welcome to join us, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Osu Stool Lands, His Majesty Noche Owu, and the Paramount Queen Mother of Sokwe Traditional Area, leading the Unity Queens and the Ghana National Union of Queen Mothers, Mamaga Ajesu II, ably accompanied by our very own Obapa Ajua Ancha, Development Queen Mother of Ifijia Kwabre Ashanti. You know her as the one and only Nana Ajua Wendo. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. But it's certainly not complete without the visionary who put this together. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one, the only, Mr. Gabi Asare Otre Dako. And Madame Nanajua Hackman, respectfully, I invite you to join us. The second photo will be with all members of our advisory council. I ask that you please hold yourselves in readiness. A round of applause. Your Excellency, the Vice President, please stay with us, together with the chair, together with our convener, as I invite to join you, our advisory board members, Mr. Joshua Siao, Madam Crystal Jackson, Dr. Amani Asfor, Dr. Eugene Owusu, Dr. Caesar Mba Abogo, and Madam Patricia Poku Diabe. Madam Vice President, it's worthy of note that 8 out of our Advisory Council members are women. I believe that deserves a round of applause. The future of Africa is women-led. And so together I ask that we all rise as we affirm our belief in this great nation, the host of the 3rd Africa Prosperity Dialogues, as we sing, God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. If you don't play, we can sing. God bless our homeland. God bless our homeland. And make our nation great and strong. Oh, to defend forever the cause of freedom and pride. With true humility, let us share His purpose, all mercy, and love us no races, our precious rule with all our hand, bye-bye forevermore. And love us no races, our precious rule with all our hand, bye-bye forevermore. May God bless the Africa Prosperity Dialogue. May God bless you, the Vice President of our Republic. May God bless us all and our homeland, Africa. We shall all remain standing as the Vice President and the official party take leave of us. We shall continue with the rest of the program. Your Excellency, the Vice President, please extend to the President of our Republic our warmest delight for his commitment to foster partnerships that transcend our borders and work collectively towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect for all. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time in celebration.
Who are poor, not African. And they are poor because of the uncounted profit that has been made out of their...
And now the sponsor videos. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 52 participating African states and 11 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AfCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. The Fragmentation Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that he hired a security goat to protect the data shed. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded to cloud storage yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Mommy, watch your 5 cities.
25 cities, 6 cities,
60. Na egg gang.
5 cities.
Chicken gang.
12 and 15.
Na fish, ni tina shop corner ni.
12 cities. 6 cities any day.
Mommy, gari ni Italia. Na chochi mama.
They say money changes people. How much money will change you?
Hey, customer!
On 590 Mobile, your next cash alert can change everything. Play now on *959#.
Customer. Let us see.
Mommy, baby, I see me.
The inspiration behind Planet One Group is our philosophy from imagination to impact. This principle drives us to continually innovate creatively and efficiently, thereby delivering solutions which positively impact the lives of people around the world. Planet One Group has made positive impacts on developing societies through our innovations in education, agriculture, energy, and natural resources, sectors which play pivotal roles in laying the foundation for the rapid growth and prosperity of nations. Today, we're proud to have delivered successful societal outcomes across North America, United Kingdom, Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Education. Planet One Education enables governments to bring nationwide transformation to their education systems. Its solutions provide a better future across the globe by implementing innovations for the entire education spectrum, from K-12 to employability and higher education. Our interventions address the key educative challenges through accessibility and inclusion, increasing capacity and enrollment, enhanced learning experience, improving employability by leveraging our holistic implementation model involving infrastructure development, technology-enabled teaching and learning solutions, new age content delivery, and competency-based training solutions. Agriculture. The ability to transform agriculture into a productive and thriving pillar of an economy is at the heart of our agriculture offering, which reinvigorates the entire agriculture value chain. Planet One helps governments create well-equipped, technologically advanced facilities that support many small and marginal farmers, improving their yields and incomes. By developing sustainable farm service centers, we empower these marginal farmers across the entire value chain of agriculture, training them in resilient production and processing techniques, providing access to modern agricultural mechanization, increasing coverage of storage facilities, empowering farmers with provision of processing facilities, and securing long-term offtake financing. Natural resources. Planet One Natural Resources is a global mining company focusing on future-enabling metals and minerals for a cleaner, greener world and to meet the everyday demands of billions of consumers. Engineering, procurement, and construction. Our EPC and Engineering Solutions business unit spearheads sustainable infrastructure development projects in various countries. Our highly experienced professional teams execute large infrastructure projects from ideation to commissioning on a turnkey basis with single source responsibility. We take pride in our impeccable delivery track record with various governments worldwide.
Ladies and gentlemen, the project has been completed. It has been delivered. I'm happy to state that in spite of the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, Planet One Group has successfully completed the project on time.
Positive social impact and sustained growth are the heart of each project that Planet One undertakes.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, humbly I ask that we please be seated. Humbly I ask that we all be seated and hold ourselves in readiness for the next plenary. Thank you for your cooperation. Please be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you're very kind. Thank you for your cooperation. If you're caught still standing, you owe me a fine. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From now till 6 o'clock, everything will proceed on time, on point, and on message. We begin with the second plenary, which will consist of a presentation on the state of AfCFTA. Thereafter, we shall have a foundation to the first panel, which will be a context setting on filling the funding gap for infrastructure. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you're set, help me receive the Director, Coordination and Programs at the AfCFTA Secretariat, Dr. Chuteti Makong. A round of applause as she makes that compelling presentation to us on the state of the AfCFTA.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I wish to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, of whom we have a very good working relations with. And I will briefly go through a few highlights as to where we are at the Secretariat, of course, in service of our member states. Let me start off by speaking to one important area, which is that as of today, we have 49 member states out of 54 signatories of the AfCFTA agreement, and these have deposited the instruments of ratification to the African Union Commission, and again, this shows that the number is actually increasing. We've had Liberia, and we've had the Republic of Madagascar, again ratifying the AfCFTA. There are also other areas, if you think about trade in goods, something that we are all familiar with, and with trade in goods, there is what they call schedules, where you indicate exactly in which products you would have eliminated import duties. So just to simplify that, as of today, we have the provisional schedules of tariff concessions submitted by 49 of our members. By the way, this is record-breaking. Why? Because you'll never see anything of this nature in terms of speed anywhere else in the world. These processes, they take decades. But today we have 49 of our member states having provided and submitted areas in which they are opening up the markets amongst themselves. So this is very, very important to record. And really it shows the political will and the resolve of our political leaders to ensure that this continent is indeed integrated economically. That's one important area. We also have another linked area, and I want to take a moment to say there is what they call rules of origin. Rules of origin. If you take a flight from the continent to China, maybe you're flying from Bole International Airport, you'll find a lot of Africans in that flight. And the question is, where are they going? They're going to buy goods from China. And if you think about how much it would cost a business person to take a flight and buy products and goods that they sell in the market from China, you can be sure that they're investing not less than $10,000. And the plane going out of the continent, it is always full. China, Turkey, and recently India, always full. Now, the element of rules of origin, what it actually means is that we are saying the products that we trade in must be manufactured in the continent. and there are rules to determine that indeed the goods that we are producing are manufactured in the continent. We do not want a scenario where someone takes off, flies off to another country elsewhere, and they bring the goods to benefit from the preferences and opportunities that we are giving each other. So these rules, they are under negotiations, and so far we have achieved 92.3% of the negotiations have been completed. So you can tell that, again, the continent is moving quite, frankly, very fast. In fact, today we are seeing in the global economy, some countries actually going backwards and ensuring that there is no trade amongst themselves, and we're actually doing the opposite in the continent. And that's important. Two areas are quite key, and countries are trying to come together on to find consensus, and that is in the area of textiles as well as the auto industry. A lot of work is going into this, and we believe that by the next assembly of the heads of state and government, we'll have a consensus in those areas, and the negotiations will be complete. Since we have business people in the room, I would like to allay your fears that there are instruments that are at your disposal. Please do not run to the head of state and say, shut down the market, because there will be an influx of goods coming my way. That's not how it works. Why? Because the AfCFTA provides rules to protect businesses. We have what we call trade remedies. And what that means is, if you have, if I may be allowed to use Ghana as an example, if you have a Ghanaian business that is producing perhaps textile products, maybe jackets or suits, and it so happens that by virtue of the opening up of the AfCFTA, it gets overwhelmed by competition. The AfCFTA has rules that allows the Republic of Ghana to actually close the market, to protect the domestic business, and of course there's a criteria on how to do that. So again, we need to send this message to our businesses to say that to an extent that you feel that you may be, let's say, competitively disadvantaged, there are rules within the agreement that can protect your business, of course, this being a legitimate competition issue. There is also a protocol on competition. If you go into any market and you are a business, you'd be able to actually be protected against monopoly, for example, in that particular market, against dominant position exerted by certain businesses in that market. So again, this is the message we want to take to businesses, to say we do have these instruments that are pro-business that can actually protect you to an extent that you feel that you may be challenged. However, it is also an opportunity for you to go and venture into other markets, and this is very, very important. There is a very popular and popular initiative we have introduced, which is the Guided Trade Initiative, the GTI as it is known. And under the GTI, we've seen a significant uptake of the AfCFTA, and the GTI was meant to ensure that in the continent, we allow the businesses to test. We test the AfCFTA market. Is this instrument working? And it has proven that it is actually working. We learned lessons from it, and now we are moving forward to ensuring that we implement the full AfCFTA. Now, so far, we have about 2,850 certificates of origin. I talked about rules of origin. We want to make sure that these goods are manufactured in Africa, jobs are created in Africa. And again, the GTI has shown us that indeed we are getting there. And I would like to also just generally speak about other areas in trade and services. Also, there is what we call a schedule of specific commitments, where we indicate areas where we have opened up the markets. And again, countries are moving swiftly in opening up these particular markets. And moderator, I'll speak to one very important area, because again, Her Excellency spoke about it, and again, Her Excellency Madam Zuma has also spoken to this issue. Very important. And we are proud of this, very proud of this. We today have a protocol on digital trade. There is not any of such instrument anywhere else in the world. Not only that, it is a very comprehensive set of legal instruments that are poised to open up the market for our young people. I was amazed at the intervention by the CEO of MTN. And I was telling him, seated next by him there, to say everything that you said about the digital economy, Africa has it captured in this protocol on digital trade. Business opportunities that are held in that particular protocol, they are amazing. Today, we can wake up and have our software engineers not run into the Silicon Valley. They can actually do the work right here in the continent. And therefore, it's a momentous achievement that the continent has actually been able to push. And in February, this very coming month, this particular instrument, which has already been adopted, its annexes will be adopted by the Assembly. And we are very excited because of the revolution that indeed it's going to bring about. And therefore, we are not going to see young people drowning in Lampedusa because of these job opportunities that are going to be created. And therefore, we invite businesses, and the Secretariat is open to engaging and sitting with you to take you through those opportunities that we have in this particular instrument. Let me end my remarks by saying that we have Biashara Africa, which is a forum for businesses. We open the doors for small and medium enterprises, for the large businesses to have a dialogue, meaningful dialogue that would actually yield recommendations that can be taken forward. Now, we realize that it is not enough to have just a forum, and therefore, we would be putting together a strategy on how to have a continued engagement with the private sector, even as we begin to develop this particular instruments. And the continued engagement with the private sector, we need to understand it very well. If you take any big country in the world and you think about how policies are made, and this is, I used to be a lecturer, so I used to say to my students, trade policies are nothing but externalization of business models of companies you have. So you create rules that can support the businesses you have in your own country. And which is why, even in our case now, we need to sit on the table with the private sector and create rules that can actually support their businesses. And in this case, we're talking about cross-border businesses. I thought that, moderator, I should stop there just to give this broad overview of where we stand with the AfCFTA, and we are very much open to having any one of you who would want to know more about us. We are at the Liberia Road, and we are also reachable through electronic means, and I think there's a lot in store for the continent. Thank you very much.
And you certainly have done a yeoman's job, ladies and gentlemen, the Director, Coordination and Programs at the AfCFTA Secretariat, Dr. Choteti Makong. And now it's my pleasure to invite to take their places up here to wade through filling the funding gap for infrastructure. The Regional CEO of the UBA West Africa, make welcome Sarata Kone Thiam. Joining her, the CFO, MTN Ghana, Madame Antoinette Kofi. We make welcome partner Argentile Capital, Olumide Ogun Forowa. The partner Premier Invest, Rene Awambing. The chairman ALPI, Ulashupu Shasoro. And a partner Latham and Watkins LLP, David Ziambi. And taking his place at the far right is the moderator, the UN Resident Coordinator to Ghana, His Excellency Charles Abani. Preceding this panel is a foundation to be laid by the President and member of the Board of Directors of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, APD. Make welcome Dr. George Ajikum Donko.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. His Excellency, Mr. Chasabani, who's the moderator for this session, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to have been invited to set the context for this afternoon session, which is under the theme, filling the funding gap for infrastructure. I extend my warmest regards to distinguished panelists for this session and wish them very best as they discuss the topic under consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure is essential for unlocking economic growth and development and improving the standard of living of the citizenry. Infrastructure financing is confronted with many challenges. The world needs to invest around $6 trillion annually in sustainable infrastructure to meet the UN sustainable goals by 2030. The UNCTAD previously hinted that achieving the SDGs will require an investment of around $5 to $7 trillion in infrastructure. The global infrastructure financing gap is estimated to be around $415 trillion by 2040, according to McKinsey Global Institute, Asia Development Bank, and Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. The World Bank and the African Development Bank estimate Africa's infrastructure financing gap to be around $100 billion annually. In Africa, in particular, this infrastructure gap has led to deplorable roads, erratic power supply, housing deficit, among others, leading to poor economic conditions for our people. The lack of resources to address these infrastructure gaps is underscored by a number of factors, including the following. 1, inadequate domestic resources. 2, a high public debt. 3, an undeveloped domestic financial sector. And finally, high funding costs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe it would not be out of place to examine the continent's recent experience with infrastructure development and why we have made limited progress in closing the gaps that exist. In the post-independence period, many African governments set out to develop infrastructure to sustain the many state-owned enterprises which had been established to kickstart the much-touted era of industrialization. This resulted in widening fiscal deficits, with some resorting to deficit financing to close the gap and weakening their currencies in the process. Data from the International Monetary Fund showed that some countries' debt levels had exceeded 100% of GDP by the early 1980s as a result of the colossal expenditure drive. Over time, the wide fiscal deficit led government to rein in infrastructure spending in a bid to stop slippages. While the Bretton Woods Institution's Structural Adjustment Program was primarily focused on providing countries balance of payments positions by adjusting the structure of the economy to promote international competitiveness, a key program objective was to ensure fiscal austerity. Governments were advised to reduce the fiscal deficit by increasing domestic revenue through tax hikes and expenditure cuts. A lot of emphasis was placed on bringing debt within sustainable levels by managing fiscal deficit. Thus, the infrastructure budget declined significantly owing to efforts to rein in the fiscal deficit. In the 1990s, pro-growth initiatives, as espoused by the Millennium Development Goals, recognized the primacy of infrastructure development in alleviating extreme poverty. This brought infrastructure development back to the front burner, even though the budgetary allocation to it was rather inadequate. In fact, most African countries spent less than the recommended 9% of GDP, the minimum to catalyze poverty alleviation, on infrastructure development. However, given that domestic resources are not enough to finance these interventions, African countries have consistently faced recurrent budget overruns and increased debt burden. This has placed many African countries back to the 1980s and 1990s context. As at the end of 2023, no less than 15 African countries had their public debt exceeding 70% of GDP, with many others in the high 50s and 60s. This is a challenge for sustainable infrastructure development. The narrowing fiscal space, high funding costs, and increasing debt burden require a new financing strategy for Africa. This explains why the interventions like natural resources for loans and public-private partnerships have gained traction in the 21st century as government explore off-balance sheet strategies to deliver critical infrastructure to the populace, even though these options are not without challenges. Development finance institutions like our bank, that is the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, where I work, have played various roles to close the infrastructure gap. Billions of dollars have been spent on transport, energy, education, health, telecommunications, and other critical infrastructure. But the rate of population growth outpaces the growth of infrastructure delivery. The ECOWAS Bank, where I work, has so far invested $4.2 billion across all the sectors of the economies of West Africa in the area of energy, health, communication, technology, and so forth and so forth. A beginning middle class means that we must redouble our efforts to close the gaping funding gap in the shortest possible time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our reality. Inadequate infrastructure in the midst of inadequate financing. The search to find innovative financing solutions to develop infrastructure to fast-track economic development in our part of the world continues. As we navigate the complex landscape of 2025, these challenges should engage the attention of governments and the private sector in order to make a significant impact within the circle of our influence. Having set the context, it is my hope that the distinguished panelists here, who have years of experience in the financing space, will profess some sustainable solutions to the funding gap that we face as a continent, and as we seek to develop our infrastructure, return our countries to the path of high growth and create wealth for our people. It is on this note that I wish you very fruitful deliberation. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Dr. George Ajekum Donko is the President and Chair of the Board of Directors of the ECOWAS Bank, I beg your pardon, for Investment and Development, setting the tone so expertly for this panel. It now falls to His Excellency Charles Abani, United Nations Resident Coordinator to Ghana, to moderate this panel for the next 45 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much. And indeed, let me stand on all the existing protocols of respect to this distinguished audience here today, and indeed the distinguished panel. I think the opening session did an admirable job in terms of setting the broad context of the issues that we need to engage here. And thank you too to our context setter, who has reinforced essentially that trillions and trillions of dollars are at stake globally if we're to achieve the context that we're in. And for Africa, just to add another stat, I think AfDB estimates somewhere between 68 billion to 108 billion as, and I'm going to change language a bit, the financing gap. Not necessarily the funding gap, because funding often refers to people giving money to people rather than us creating the kind of resources that we need. So of course we have a number of challenges, a clearly unjust global financial system, which the UN has been pushing quite strongly on, that has created a debt overhang, particularly on the continent, a raft of issues, and I'm going to be coming to the panel to ask for their insights on really how we overcome this financing gap. A number of the panelists this morning have spoken about some of the areas about energy, and we know last week or earlier this week there was the 300 mission 300, which is the big Africa energy event that happened in Tanzania in Dar es Salaam. So energy, transportation, digital, we've talked about. One I'd like to highlight, and I see this as only opportunity, is the climate challenge. And I'd like you to turn your heads to that. Because on the one hand, many advanced economies are having to retrofit to attain net zero. Africa is not a net contributor to climate change. And therefore, the opportunity is green, clean growth. And I think this is a key area that we need to think about. I think the other thing I would like to bring to the table, a couple of points as you think your way through the questions that we have, is first of all, and I think from the Africa Union we heard that Africa is not poor, but Africans are poor. We are in the midst of wealth. So what do we bring to this table, and how do we leverage that? And in one of the panels earlier this morning, someone asked the question, what's our skin in the game, rather than relying on others? So this is a really African-driven conversation from a perspective of how we harness our wealth and our indigenous knowledge, rather than have it reaped and turned back to us. I know that there have been changes in the names of the panel, so if I don't use your names, please forgive me, because I know there have been a few changes. I really want to open up and ask all of you to just share a few sentences and reintroduce yourself to the crowd as you kind of elaborate from your points what the key strategic gaps and challenges are for us. And if you can also think about, you know, this feels like an elephant, and if you try to swallow it, you will choke. 108 billion is not snuff, as they call it from my country. So where are the priorities that you see for us to begin to close this gap? And I'll hand to you, and please ask you to reintroduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure being here today. My name is Afolabi Obicheson. I'm the Vice President, Product Structuring and Distribution at Premier Invest. And I'm representing Rene Awamberg on this panel. It's a pleasure being here today. And as we gather here today, our collective aspiration is to unlock the potential of the African continent through infrastructure development, particularly the ambitious project of a pan-continental railway network. But it's good, before we put things in context, it's good to highlight some of the challenges that we have seen in terms of the inefficiency in our railway infrastructure in the continent. Part of those challenges is, one, is deteriorating infrastructure. You will all agree with me that the continent has infrastructure that is deteriorating. Going beyond deteriorating infrastructure is the point of fragmentation. There is a whole lot of fragmentation and inefficiencies in the infrastructure that we have. The other point to note is limited interoperability, as you may see. Then there is also a question around funding gap. The funding that is available today cannot actually bring the infrastructure that we need to connect the continent. So we need to find a way to address the funding gap. There is an issue around project viability. Most of the projects being done, are they being done? Are they commercially viable to attract investors to come into it? Then we also have, there have been a lot of dependence on traditional funding, where we get funding from banks. As we go along, it is clear that traditional funding may not necessarily solve this problem. We need to create a new innovative funding structure, which we talk about as we go along, in order to unlock capital from the market to do this. We also highlight some of the innovative financial model that we think can help us in resolving this challenge as we go along. So this will be my starting point. I believe that as we discuss, there will be new ideas that will come forth, which we discuss here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those introductory comments. And I'm literally going to go down the road, down the team here, so you know when you'll speak. Over to you.
Sure. My name is Antoinette Kofi. I'm the Chief Finance Officer for MTN Ghana. And I have a banking background as well. So you ask a good question, or you ask a number of good questions. And from where I sit, I think there are different ways to look at this. If I think about the challenges, the funding challenges, or the financing challenges as you put them, you ask the question around what skin do we have in the game? The reality is that capital isn't that easy to find in Africa. And there's a tendency for us to depend on the West or more developed countries. And if that is the angle we are taking, we have to think about what makes it easy to get access to some of these funds. Do we have investor-ready projects? And you may ask, what do I mean by investor-ready projects? For someone to put their money into large-scale infrastructure projects in Africa, they need to believe that they're going to get their money back. First of all, most African countries have volatile currency environments. And so if someone from the West is going to invest their money for a long term in an African country, they are investing, let's say, in dollars, and they're going to earn back their money in local currency, and you have the volatility in the exchange rate, how do you guarantee them that they are assured a return? And we need to think a bit around how we do that, because if not, nobody would be willing to put in their money. Secondly, our regulatory environments are very scattered and very different in a lot of ways, and they tend to be reactive also in a lot of ways. You would find, example, tax laws changing overnight. You will find issues around expatriation of cash. You need to be able to assure your investors that when I bring in my money, it will be possible for me to get the money back to the source of origin. With so many African countries getting up and overnight saying, you can't repatriate your money, how do we boost investor confidence to allow them to invest in Africa? Also, how do we assure them that we have the right legal and regulatory frameworks that mean that when the funds come in, they will be applied for the intended purpose and not just taken elsewhere to do other things? So if you're an external investor, these are some of the things that will play on your mind. And we need to think as Africans how we solve these challenges in the eyes of our external investors to enable them to come in. And we also need to think about how do we as Africans find a way to fund ourselves. We've got to have skin in the game. In banking, there's a syndication principle, which helps people to mitigate their, different banks mitigate their risk. They take bite-sized chunks. They take as much risk as they want to in a particular project. But because there's so many different banks, they can come together and fund a large project. As Africans, we need to start thinking as well as one unit. Success in this is about playing as a team. Success is a team game. And maybe we need to start thinking about how do we collaborate across different African countries operate seamlessly as one unit, bring our funders together, bring our banks together, bring our ideas together, and fund projects across the continent. Because with skin in the game, we will be willing to take more risk for lower return, because the returns come back over generations, and future generations get to get to enjoy what we have invested today. So those are a few thoughts I have on the matter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really helpful thoughts on how we approach this differently. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sarata Konetiam. I'm the regional CEO for UBA Africa. So I have coverage of about 9 countries, but the group is actually present in 19 throughout the continent. And for us, the prosperity of Africa is actually at the center of what we're doing. And to go to your point in terms of the gaps, I think that my predecessor have actually covered a lot. In terms of the regulatory framework, I agree that this is completely a stopper in terms of the challenges we face in financing some of the infrastructure projects that we have. We also have the limitation in terms of, or the over-reliance in terms of debt, as it was also said. And that is coming from a misunderstanding or misconception of what actually needs to be done and how it should be done. The other point that I feel is very important is that there is a high perception, and I think it goes beyond perception, that it's really high risk to invest in Africa. We spoke about that we need to close with understanding of the needs and then closing them with those gaps. The last point would be to ensure that as much as we are looking at infrastructure, we need to be looking at other items that are also as important in terms of the people skills development, because they are the ones that are going to be operating that. And we will talk later.
That have already been achieved in the past. We all know that today we will actually be in deeper trouble if it was not for the financing activities and the support that this continent has been receiving from the African DFIs and sovereign wealth funds. Collectively, they now have assets just about $250 billion. Now, due to different regulatory issues, incentives and whatnot, the percentage of funding that's actually going from these institutions, who, by the way, are actually properly aligned, best aligned to invest in long-term projects, is less than 1.5%. So the question is, we need to take a risk. We need to be deliberate. If we held incentives or provided incentives at the government level and, indeed throughout the ecosystem, and change the perspective for our pension funds and insurance funds. However, assuming that we were successful, as already has been demonstrated by the African DFIs, we can leverage this 10 times, 20 times. It's not going to happen in a day, but we can leverage it so that way, people come in, they go out. These funds will be disbursed and managed through professional managers, even existing DFIs. And I think quite a few of them are actually addressing this equity gap in the funding. Because when we talk about the funding structure or the funding gap, the biggest hole is actually the equity gap. But it is actually the smallest to fill. So my own initial comment is that we need to look at what is within our control, provide incentives for, or even in diasporans, things. But anyway, is that before we go to London and New York and China, let us look at what we have in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olumide. Really, really insightful points. Let me come to the next penultimate speaker.
So my name is David Ziambi. I'm a partner at Latham & Watkins, which is a global law firm. I'm quite disappointed that I didn't get to go before this gentleman here because he stole my speaking notes. I would actually like to add some more context to what he mentioned, because this is something that has been a key point of focus for myself and a few of my colleagues, looking at how to deal with this funding gap in Africa. If you add to the pension funds and the insurance companies the sovereign wealth funds, the number edges towards $2 trillion. This is capital that exists in Africa with African entities that can be deployed in Africa, which can take out or to some extent mitigate some of the traditional risks that we see when people look at us as Africans from abroad. So currency risk, political risk, these elements can be explained a bit more easily to someone who is local, who is holding local currency, but when converted, comes up to $2 trillion in capital. Ultimately, I think a lot of this is shortcomings in legislation. So this is something that local governments at the national level have to address. The legislation is antiquated. If you look at pension funds abroad, the CPPIB, the Canadian pension funds, they are all investing in infrastructure. It's long-term capital that's being put to work for long-term solutions. So infrastructure development, digital infrastructure, all of the things that we've been speaking about today are actually to a large extent addressed by long-term capital invested by large pension funds and insurance companies abroad. We have to ask ourselves why this isn't something that our own governments, well, not our governments, but our parliaments, our legal systems haven't been updated to address. Because if they did, unlocking even 10% of that actually addresses the annual gap, right? So 10% of 2 trillion, we do the math, is $200 billion. So that's number one. So again, thank you for stealing my notes, but hopefully I added a bit to it. And again, it must be differentiated from the likes of private equity and those kind of capital. They're not long-term capital. So deploying them in the African market for infrastructure, for me, is not a viable solution. It will work in a few scenarios, but not all of them. The other key issue is banks. The depth of our capital on the continent is a key issue for concern. If you look at our banking system, the depth of our banking system in Africa, the strengths are basically South Africa, Nigeria, to some extent maybe Kenya and North Africa. The continent cannot finance itself through commercial banking like other continents do. That is a key issue that we need to address. And again, if you look at the longer sources of capital, they have adapted to fill these similar gaps in other jurisdictions where they've moved to providing private credit solutions as well as equity solutions. And when they're able to lend and plug the holes that are in our economies because of a lack of depth of the banking system, that actually gives us another lifeline that will be cheaper because, again, they understand the risk. And risk and return completely connected, and puts us in a position where African capital can actually fund African risk in a way that makes sense, both from an equity and a credit perspective. The last one that I want to raise is just building on some of the comments that have been made by previous speakers, which is the diaspora. We as a continent have not really understood the strength of the diaspora from either a funding perspective or a knowledge and skills gap perspective. I think probably everyone on the stage has spent time abroad learning elsewhere, picking up skills elsewhere, and we are all Africans. There has to be a time when also the skills gap can come back home and actually begin to bridge that divide. But I'm also going to look at the funding particularly, and if we look at the diaspora as a 55th African state, they're the second most populous, so round about between 150 and 170 million, depending on where you look. The income and the spending power is phenomenal. And bear in mind that what they're sending back, half of the time in remittances, is not done efficiently. It's net earnings, right? We are not in a position where, as diaspora, they're able to invest in products that are tax efficient, that allow them to maximize on their funds in the same way they would if they were investing in the local economies in the countries that they find themselves in. So whether it's double tax treaties, which is weighted to incentivize Africans being able to use their capital, that's hard-earned capital abroad, in ways that are tax efficient so they can maximize them, but also as Africans to be able to create the instruments for them to invest in properly. We have a key issue of perception, not only with foreigners investing in Africa, but with Africans investing in Africa. The question is, who will guard the gods? No one trusts the institutions on the continent. So who can we actually structure through to create trustworthy systems and trustworthy instruments that someone in the diaspora who has broken their back to create funds can invest in with certainty? Now, I'm not putting the burden on someone who's working jobs to send money back to fill this funding gap, but I think it is a critical element that we need to look at. From my perspective, it's the pension funds, the solution. That is the lowest hanging fruit, but I think looking at the depth of the diaspora market, their ability to actually hold up the so-called middle class of Africa is definitely untapped, and it deserves thorough investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a bit later in this conversation, time permitting, we will come back to the diaspora, but it's worth $100 billion a year. And if the gap is $100 billion, maybe we'll do that. The last but certainly not the least speaker, your thoughts on this introductory salvo, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Olashipo Shashore. I'm a partner in ALP International. It's a law and professional services firm made up of law firms across the African continent. And we pride ourselves in being African grown, offering global services to African businesses across the continent. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would have been sitting there and he would have been last if I had gotten out of my seat first. So some of my points wouldn't have been made. But no, honestly, I want to approach this from a slightly different point of view. And I hear the colleagues on this side of the hall who mentioned the risk, the confidence, the general trepidation with Africa in financing. And this is the reality. We're all aware of the deficit, and the statistics are out there. We're all probably aware that deficit and the gap in financing of what the social and economic needs of Africa is compared to the availability of these assets, and it is a question of financing. And financing will bridge the need and the availability. But I think the most important question to ask is why is financing such an issue for Africa, and how can we resolve that? And maybe later on in the conversation, I will suggest a blend of different methods, alternative funding methods that are available out there, and that many of them work in different respects. But I've been at several sessions, and I was at one today where PPPs were discussed, and the capital and the financing. And every time this is discussed in respect of Africa, the big thing that comes out is country and therefore continent risk. And the fact that, somebody said even on this side of the table that if I put the money in, how sure am I to get it back and all that? I'd like to say that there's a lot we can do about this. There was a wonderful report that came out last year from the Organized Crime Corruption Report Project. And its program was called Africa No Filter. It's headed by an executive director, a wonderful lady called Mokim Makura. And I'm being specific so that you can all verify and try and read the report and the data that was provided. That report concludes that Africa loses $4.2 billion annually due to negative, unrepresented, poorly reported, and unrepresentative narrative about Africa's conflicts, its poverty, its corruption, its unmanageability. And as a result, capital runs away from Africa because the media is responsible for $4.2 billion of loss. And this media is not African media, I can assure you. This media comes from the northern hemisphere, from the western part of the world. And this media also happens to cohabit with where a lot of the financing and capital comes from. So you can imagine there's a poison towards Africa. So it's almost a losing battle as to financing, how you can get access to capital and access to really push the infrastructure projects that we're looking for in Africa. And so that for me is the accessible and most immediate, what is within our control solution, how to change this narrative. We've accidentally happened on it with our creative economy, the youth, and what they've done to project Africa positively. But there needs to be an intentional activity, concerted program to change this narrative and to be able to, because the funding also is domestic. Even domestic African financing is hesitant because of this narrative that is really rife. And it's almost a gold standard. Oh, I probably won't get my money back. Oh, the country risk, there's probably going to be a coup. And this is, I think it's absolutely negative, and we need to tackle it. I know maybe this is a bit left field because you were probably expecting me to give you some financing apparatus, but I think it's within our reach and we can do something about it. But please check it out. Africa No Filter is the report, 2024. We lose $4.2 billion annually. Just to put that, fun fact, to put that in perspective, you could wipe out maybe 12 million children who are out of school and fund their education with that kind of money. And that education will leapfrog the education and the knowledge gap that we need to fight the infrastructure gap. That's what I'll start with, but I'll come back later.
Thank you very much. Please give the panelists a huge round of applause. Just from a range of points around deteriorating infrastructure. And we do have a maintenance problem on this continent that we just have to get over. Fragmentation, the need to diversify funding, the absence of credible, bankable pipelines. I think this point, and I've been on a number of panels where private sector investors keep talking about volatility and the absence of policy predictability, which creates a disincentive to finance and this regulatory challenge. To how we begin to address debt, risk perception. I think one of the things about what you just spoke about media losses, if we also tack on to that, how does the continent seriously start addressing illicit financial flows that disappear from a country in a way that then becomes investable, if you like, skin in the game money, then it could be really important. To the points around leverage, and really starting to look at other sources, but create the same predictability. And in the UN, we started talking about kind of diaspora bonds. And people's eyes just roll up and they say, who? Invest where? And I changed my accent to make the point. Me, invest there. It's a lie. They will steal our money. So how do we get past these big governance challenges that exist? So, I think there's a lot to be said, and specific sectors where gaps exist. And I think this point about every project contains risk. How do we find riskier finance to manage riskier components within projects? So I'm going to move us on to the next part of this conversation, ask for shorter and sharper inputs. But as I was saying at the beginning, it's an elephant. If we look just in Ghana, and Ghana's not doing too badly, when we get the list, we're currently doing an analysis of where the investments need to go. 43 billion in Ghana is the figure we hear in US dollars. How do we prioritize, and what are those transformative things that we must invest in and connect those investments so that they leverage also? Because leverage isn't just about finding money, it's about making sure that the parts add up to more than the sum of the parts. The whole is bigger. So how does the whole become bigger, and where should, if you like, where should we be directing traffic for finance to go in order to create this needle-shifting transformation? Let me go back and start with you, Olashupo, because you were on the tail end there, and then I'll hop around a bit more this time that I've got some names. So what do you think we should be investing in? Because there's so much to invest in that it can all just be too fragmented. Where should we put our stock?
Well, that's a tough question. How long do you have? Look, I know that the regular culprits when you think infrastructure, but I think it's actually the soft infrastructure, the infrastructure of the mind. I think the knowledge is where we need to focus investment in. I know that bridges and rail and roads and airports and broadband, I know the multiplier effect they have on economies. But you know, the intangible wealth of the globe is actually a lot more significant than tangible wealth. I mean, it's reported to be at least something in the region of 3 or 4 times as valuable intangible wealth. And so human capital is actually a lot more valuable than you'd imagine in comparison to the next best rail terminus or superhighway and what have you. So, I know it might just be a bit, again, intangible. You can't hold on to it, but I think we need to make sure that our human capital, which we have as an asset above other continents in its demographic and its mobility, and certainly with its creativity. So if I had to be intentional and I had a good budget vote, I'd focus on human capital and the infrastructure of the mind.
Thank you. I mean, the continent is the youngest continent. We have the largest youth population. Education remains a challenge, but for instance, digital technology can enable us to leapfrog in that space and get training out there, and definitely we'll need a workforce for the future. So I think we should hold on to that. If I'm hopping around and being a bit more gender equitable, let me come to Antoinette now to just say, what are your thoughts about the key areas? And please don't tell us MTN.
I can't not tell you MTN. Okay, I think from the responses given before, one of the key areas, and I think my lady friend here spoke about human capital, I think is one of the things we need to get absolutely right if we're going to have any transformation on this continent. And we need to invest in human capital, not just for the technical skills, but even for the technological skills amongst others, because we tend to buy technology from the West, but we've got so much talent on the continent. MTN has a group of software developers on the continent, and they are all Africans developing technology for Africa's future. And it's possible. So how do we get to do more of these in other areas? It's important. And I think we've got to invest in our capital markets, because they are an access to funding and financing that we haven't utilized well in the past. Think about it. Across the 54 countries in Africa, how many of them have vibrant stock exchanges? Actually, without MTN, even the Ghana Stock Exchange, after 30 years, was pretty bearish. Okay, so we need to invest in our capital markets, make them more vibrant, provide access. We've spoken about pension funds. We sit on a lot of liquid cash And yet all these pension funds do in these parts is to invest in government bonds. That's not going to grow Africa. That's not going to transform Africa. Yes, government will use it for projects, but with all the bureaucracy and inefficiencies in governmental projects, that's not really going to transform the way we do things. But these pension funds, for instance, I've had conversations with some pension funds who want to invest perhaps in laying fiber, okay, across Africa. And a number of pension funds in different countries can come together to fund connectivity across Africa. And this would significantly transform digital progress in Africa, and that could transform the way we do a lot of things. So I think those are some of the things that we've got to do differently. And of course, we've got to transform our legal and regulatory frameworks. We've said that. I'm not going to go back over that. But I think those are a couple of things I would say.
Thank you. Thank you. Olumide, what should we be spending our money on if we have it, to spend it well?
Okay, so for me, I think we need to go back to the basics. And again, these are not things that we have not experienced successfully in Africa. For me, large-scale infrastructure, you cannot do without it. But we also need to focus on small-scale micro-infrastructure. It is the only reason adopting this strategy as an example in the telecommunications sector that Africa was able to actually grow and leapfrog a lot of the international markets in terms of the deployment of cell phone, connectivity through one tower at a time. So, in essence, for me, when you look at the 650 million Africans with no access to electricity, or the ones that don't have any water, the key thing about it is that let us make this thing a little bit smaller. It's distributed generation, it's distributed water, it's distributed industrial approach. From a portfolio management perspective, you are not likely, if you deployed $1 billion, right, through 1,000 smaller businesses, you are not likely to lose all of it. You may actually run into a problem deploying it to one, right? Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that because they address a different level. But my point is that let us look at these opportunities, because then you will now have, let's say in my example, 1,000 SMEs deploying across. They can do a faster job doing that than like maybe 2 or 3 large institutions trying to build a system across a country or across regions. Now, just like the cell phone guys have done now, haven't developed that market. Now they're doing the fiber. Now they have the money to deploy to do fiber. But their initial money came from making 2-3 cents per call per minute. So that will be something that I will advocate.
Thank you. Thank you. David, so that you don't feel you're at the end, and then I'll come back this way.
No, that's fine. I think it's interesting because I think we're actually looking at it from 2 different ends of the spectrum, which I think is the right way to do it, because fundamentally, if you look at it top-down, we're too disparate in our approach. The mere fact that we're 54 countries and we each talk about what each country needs to do about their energy supply, we've already lost the game. If you were to ask me, I think we already have regional blocks. I think strategies around what is the best project that will deliver the best bang for the buck for a region makes most sense. It's criminal that we're still talking about constructing the Grand Inga Dam. It's crazy. That dam alone could power 7 countries if built correctly. So you have to ask yourselves, if that was an issue in China, would that dam still not have been constructed? They would have looked at it and said, this is fundamental, it helps energy, let's dedicate capital to it, and it would have been done. So I think a lot of what separates us is actually the problem, which is why I have a lot of hope in what the FTCA is trying to do to actually bring us together regionally, where our regional blocks maybe have failed to some extent. Because there has to be some priority on what is the most efficient allocation of capital that will benefit the most number of people. So that's looking at it top down. I think to Olamide's point is like looking at from the bottom up. We are Africans with African problems. I am concerned that in many ways we still depend on other people to solve our problems at a micro level. And that is where I think the real gains can be made. The telecoms is a perfect solution because the ability to transfer cash on your phone with one tap transformed into a whole range of uses because of organic creativity. And that started from the bottom up. A few people had great ideas of setting up telecoms institutions. Next thing you know, we have the most efficient telecoms sector on the planet. And I think this is the future for us, is looking at what our problems are from a micro level and fixing them. And it goes back to the education point. I think I was born and bred in Zimbabwe. My entire education was to bring me up to understand how to facilitate export. That was the purpose of my education from grade 1 to upper 6. I was bred to become a service industry professional, and they won. I am, right? But the emphasis on invention and innovation and creativity does not permeate our educational institutions, and it has to be taught from the age of 6 years old, because that's actually why these other countries are making things. They're not facilitating the export of raw products. Or saying, how do we get this railway to the port so we can export? They're saying, actually, the IP is ours. We have to build this thing. We have to be the ones to cure cancer. And then we'll have the IP to do that. And that IP is worth trillions of dollars. And someone has to rent that IP from us to be able to implement it in China or Europe or America. So that spirit of innovation, the creativity, is something that I think needs to permeate our educational institutions, and it's a more long-term goal, but I think that's the only way to get parity, because we need to begin to create. We can't just be service providers anymore.
Yeah. Thank you. Some really deep thoughts in there. Before I come back, there's a saying that the first shall come last and the last shall come first. Let me come to you, Sarata. What are your thoughts about investment priorities for the continent?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll take a different approach, because I think one of the threads that have come out is trust. Trust about among ourselves, we are not trusting each other, and let alone, external people trusting us. So we need to build that. We also believe that in successes brings success. People, once we build a solution that works, investors will come and they will want to be part of that success as well. So I think coming back to the point that we need to do it ourselves, definitely, because we understand better our problems and we can solve it better. I spoke about, project bankability and so on. So for me, it's important that, either being a small, medium, or large project, we need to build and invest into the preparation of the projects so that, it's understandable to everybody, ourselves to start with, and that we trust enough to actually invest in it. So that would be, something that we need to really work on. I understand that PPP was discussed earlier, and I want to say that PPP's results are quite mitigating, It's neither here or there, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. PPP is about private and public, and we need to find a way to work that is successful. And that needs to actually come up as a priority for everybody. The structuring of our PPP is flawed. And so we get to a point where when it's come to reimbursement or something, there's a coup, there's a change, whatever it is, then everything is put back into question. It shouldn't be. It should be sustainable enough and self-sustainable to the point where whatever external factor comes in doesn't derail from the project. And if we can build that in from a sustainable perspective, we will get, great result. I think the last one would be in terms of blend financing in general. Okay, we need to actually be more purposeful about it. We need to target them, and we need to go after such. So we spoke about the pension funds, how they can come in. We spoke about remittances, how it can be, a driving factor into the capital and so on. That also needs to be a conversation that we need to have all together, but prioritize them into success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And last but not least, by any means, please add your thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that there are lots of funding solutions to attract capital. But the fundamental issue that we need to face in Africa is the issue around our regulatory framework and legal framework to be able to unlock capital. We can talk about pension funds, we can talk about insurance funds, insurance money, but is the regulatory framework today permitting the pension fund administrator to actually invest in those infrastructure? The answer is no. For example, in Nigeria, there is a stringent pension fund requirement that you can only invest in an investment grade asset. And for example, the pension fund will rather go to an investment that they consider to be secure and to be safe. And that's why you see them going into government securities. We have a company in Nigeria that did something very innovative. And what it did was to do a credit enhancement, where they do, to invest in infrastructure, they provide a credit enhancement tool for the pension fund to be able to invest. So what we then see is that there are a whole lot of infrastructure investment being done by pension funds because they were able to meet the regulatory requirement of the investment grade asset. So the question is, we can talk about diaspora bond, we can talk about infrastructure bond, we can talk about all these things, but is the regulatory framework today, as we have it, is it permissible to allow those investments to come in? So the question is, we need to invest on people to come up with innovative solutions. We need to find a way to update our regulatory framework so as to attract capital. Banks are doing a whole lot in terms of creating, from a project viability standpoint. We have an AfCFTA bank that have a project preparation fund to support early development stage funding of the project. They are also doing a whole lot in terms of doing different structures. But the fundamental thing is there is a need to update the regulatory framework to be able to attract capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Please, a round of applause for them. I'm going to try and push us more quickly because we are going to run out of time soon. And I mean, much of what you have said has already touched on this. What must Africa do? And of course, we're in the Africa Prosperity Network's dialogue. I'm very much focused on the continent, the Africa Union, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and the opportunities there. But we also have a global financial system that we must also work to address. There are many flaws inherent in there that also constrain, as you say, with policy, and constrain innovation. And increasingly, there are new blocks. BRICS is one that is rising. And a lot of South-South and triangular collaboration can begin to be the leverage that we bring in. So in your kind of like last statements, I feel like commenting on a couple of things. And I'm particularly keen that we don't just use cliche terms. We often say PPPs, and yet we have very few examples of where they've actually worked. So even this whole, what must we do? Where are the success stories in your minds? And I'm really going to ask you to stick to just a minute each so that we can come back and wrap up. And also open the floor for the space around finance. And in case you didn't know, the royal father present here has a finance background, so I'm not going to let him get away without asking him for his perspectives. Fair warning. So what must we do on the continent? What must we do with others? What's the nature of this collaboration and partnership that we need in concrete terms, so that when people leave this room, they scribble down something that they can go and act on? I'm looking to the middle of the room now, so I'm going to come to you, Sarata, and then come to you, Lamide, and then work my way back.
Okay, thank you very much. We need to prioritize cross-border infrastructure. So as it was said, let's put the resources and let's put the project where it needs to be within the continent, so that we don't replicate things just to replicate, and we use our resources based on what we, where it best fits. The remittances, I think that this is something that, you know, it was alluded before. You did mention 100 billion, which is a huge amount. How do we ensure that we leverage from that amount? It keeps on coming, it will continue on growing. So ensuring that we tap into that to actually make things work. From a country level, yes, but from a continental level, even more. So the likes of the free trade zone, the AfTA, the ZLECAf, we need to actually have those conversations so that we identify pockets where it's clearly where things need to be. So DRC, we know that, you know, there's a lot of mining there. There's a lot of water, electrification, power. Power is actually essential for development of any country, let alone the continent. The trade as well, in terms of, you know, where do we grow food? Where do we transport it from? How do we ensure that, you know, the cotton and the textile, the fabrics, you know, making sure that, you know, the production that are being happening in Mali, in Benin, are then exported where it can be transformed within the continent. Those are the suggestions I would make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David, your thoughts?
So I think the lowest hanging fruit is this insurance issue, Pensions insurance. I think we have to address this legislation. It is low hanging fruit. There's an imperative to do it. And if we are able to just unlock 5% of capital to be able to invest in long-term infrastructural solutions, will revolutionize the continent. So that for me is very, very low-hanging fruit.
Thank you. Let me go right to the very end and then work my way back.
I was hoping you'd leave me to last, so I could have more time to think about it. But honestly, I'm spoiled for choices because, you know, trying to narrow down to what kind of immediate action, and you know, there's succeeding stories that are emerging. Some of the infrastructure projects that we see, the superhighway, the Lobito corridor, and what have, there's stories that are emerging. And so let me be a little obtuse and say that because nobody can contradict me, I'm going to pick on something that you said earlier on, Mr. Chair, that the carbon market in Africa is unvalued. Nobody knows. It's difficult to estimate. But because of the nature of Africa and just the number of natural basins that we have, and they're huge. And if you think of what Brazil is doing, you can imagine what Congo could do, what many parts of West Africa could do. And so you can't tell me that I'm wrong if I throw out a figure. But I mean, I know that there's statistics out there that say that if you put projects out in a single year of rollout, you could raise funding in a confident, verifiable, trusted carbon market in Africa. You could raise tens of billions of dollars. And so it's not a low-hanging fruit, David. It's not low, but it's the fruit of the future. And we need to start thinking about, you know, the Chinese proverb that yesterday was too late to plant a tree. And I think that therein lies a source of capital that's truly African and global in its reach. I don't know if I've made any sense with that, yeah.
Thank you very much. For those of you who don't know, some of us live here in Ghana, when Jerry starts lurking around the microphone, it's not a good sign. But Jerry, I will not be intimidated now. I'm truly Ghanaian. So I'm going to come to my Olumide to ask you your thoughts, but ask you all to be precise and concise. And then I do want to give Osumanche a couple of sentences and then see whether Jerry lets us have some question and answer time. So,
okay, thank you. So for me, a key thing that can be done literally within weeks is actually the commitment of government that have funded some of the outstanding DFIs in this country. We see what they have done. Simple thing, it's not going to kill us. If you simply double the equity capital of these DFIs, there are about 31 of them in Africa today, major ones anyway, you can probably quadruple or 10 times increase their value in a couple of years. The Ghana Infrastructure Investment Authority is capitalized with about $300 and something million. Are you telling me that this cannot be changed and increased and doubled, even just by an act of parliament, within a month? They're already doing a fantastic job. They have parlayed that money into about $3.2 billion of investments that they are supporting. So it's a geometric impact. We have to catalyze. We have to increase that leverage. I think that will be one sort of like a immediate action that we can see the results of before the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is a very valuable one. And I'm now going to come to my brother here so that I can end with a woman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll just say one thing. The capital is out there. How do we attract the capital? So the question is, how will Africa create innovative solutions to unlock capital? When we create innovative solutions, the diaspora bond will be easy to invest in. The pension fund will be able to come into investment and will be attracted to the investment. So the question for the government and for all stakeholders is, how do we create innovative solutions that will unlock capital in the global market? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give the panel a round of applause. Sorry, I did forget. I wanted to end with them and then I forgot you. I'm so sorry. Antoinette.
Sure. Well, two things from me. Yes, the capital is out there. There are a lot of global funds that are looking for somewhere to put their money in an environmentally friendly project. So I think Africa has an abundance of green stuff, of renewable energy. We need to find a way to package our projects in a way that allows us to access some of these funds, even as we look at all the other options. And the final thing from me will be, we need to stop thinking like 54 different countries. We need to operationalize AfCFTA. We need to harmonize regulations. We need to remove trade barriers. We need to create an incentive for Africa to invest in Africa.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask somebody to please pass the microphone. No, it doesn't. Yes. To our royal traditional ruler who's here, just to share some thoughts on what you've heard here before we wrap up finally on the panel.
Your Excellency, thank you, and to the panelists, thank you so much for sharing your insights. Before this life, I was a lawyer in Wall Street and in the city, so I approached this with both a legal perspective and a quasi-Wall Street perspective as well. And I'm so happy my friend mentioned carbon funding. My issue is that we have to get to a place in Africa where our regulatory and legal frameworks understand the creativity of creating and bringing capital in. I spent almost 80% of last year trying to work with various institutions and state agencies to work on green carbon funding and bring in our stock exchange into it. Thinking of what's happening in Dubai right now, thinking of what's happening across different European countries, and thinking what's happening in Brazil. The natural ability of Africa to generate financing, not just funding, financing through our own carbon markets is radical. And I know it takes more work than going to pension funds and going to insurance companies, but being a traditional leader, I'll put in a proverb that says, a country develops when the old men plant trees under which they know they will not sit. So if we put in the work now, in the next 5-10 years, the amount of capital we can generate to self-finance and move things forward is astronomical. And I'm hoping that the new governments we have across the continent and successive governments and private persons do realize that we do have this potential and are willing to put in the work and the creativity to get it done. So thank you, Your Excellency. Those are my short words.
Thank you, Your Royal Majesty. I think that makes a case for the Africa Prosperity Dialogue writ large while we continue these conversations. I'm particularly really happy with the way we've honed in on some very specific areas around which over the next couple of days and before the presidential reflections on Saturday, we can start to think about, well, what can we get to move forward? I think sometimes when we talk about diaspora, we forget that it's money and remittances, but totally agree this is under-leveraged. In fact, in a panel today, somebody gave the statistic that 80% of that money is just spent. The 100 billion is just spent. It's not invested, it doesn't create any value, it's not leveraged, it's just spent on day-to-day survival. Imagine that, annually 100 billion just spent. So I think there are huge opportunities, both low-hanging fruits and areas, I think, His Royal Majesty says, where we need to invest. And carbon markets, often debated as not necessarily solving the climate problem, but helping the financing problem on the continent is huge. And I think this idea that everybody, cross-border, everybody has to hold hands and connect, and collaboration is key, which is the essence of invest, connect, and integrate. So I'd really like to thank the panel and ask you to give them a huge round of applause. Jerry, when I look at my watch, it says I have 3 more minutes, and I just want to scan open and say, are there any burning ideas, contributions that have not been made by this panel? The elections are over in Ghana, so there's no need to grandstand. If you have something really important that we've missed here, I see a hand frantically raised in the corner, one over there, and please make it 30 seconds or I will cut you out. Microphone at the back there. Who's got the microphone?
Okay, I have the microphone here, sir, and thanks for the opportunity. I have one big concern, and everywhere
Can
I
you
go,
stand so that we can see you? Sorry.
Okay, I have this concern about all the conversations we're having here and wonderful ideas. And that concern is that at the end of the day, the people that will put judgment over all the recommendations that we make here are our political leaders. And when we look at the Americas, Europe, and all of that, we find that the people in those continents also have a very strong political culture that ensures that the best of the best come out of the process. At the end of the day, my concern here is how can AfCFTA help to galvanize other alliances and collaborations to ensure there is a very strong advocacy, in terms of how Africa can bring out its best, the best heads that govern our nations. Because bad politics, of course, gives us bad government, which gives us bad economy, because they're the ones who appoint economic managers. Right from fiscal governance issues and responsibility, even the issues around PPP understanding. If you don't have your best head, they can't wrap their heads around, right-of ways for PPP, keeping to agreements, and all of those issues. Whether we have very bad debt to GDP ratio, debt service to revenue ratio, it's all about lack of accountability. And a report that we read some time ago, mentioned that Africa, because the argument is that Africa does not have capital. There's this report that was very popular about 9 years ago, that the amount of capital Africa has is much more than what we go to borrow from the multilateral and other lenders around the world. So what do we do to unlock this capital? Even if they are stolen in quote, how do we get them invested back in Africa? If we can't solve that, we will speak all this grammar for decades and we'll still stay where we are. There is so much capital in Africa. Land is a kind of investment, our mineral resources. For commercial banking, I think that African commercial banks are lazy. We're doing lazy banking. I'm an ex-banker, by the way, and I haven't seen a bank in Africa designing a model that can give credit to people who don't have salary backing them. We play safe in our banking. We have very poor credit reference system where we can gather data that can enable people borrow without bringing the left leg of their great-grandparents and all of those collateral and so on. I have a lot here, but I think I have to stop here because of time constraints.
Thank you very much. Very passionately put. I had a gentleman over there, and did I see a lady's hand behind? Please make it short and sharp, but as passionate as the last speaker.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Ohene Asante, Executive Secretary for the World Technology Forum. Let me recognize the work by Mr. Gabi and the work by the APA and Secretariat. My comment is very short, but I think sometimes we need to stop sugarcoating and see things as our people must head and continue to demand accountability. It is time for government leaders, civil society, and all stakeholders of society to come together and say that this is what Ghana must do, or West Africa must do, or Africa must do in the next 20 years, and we are doing it. If you go contrary to that, you will be jailed. My concern is that we have infrastructure plan. For instance, I work with the National Development Planning Commission. We have Ghana Infrastructure Plan. A president will come, he will administer his own manifesto, another one will come and will not follow the infrastructure plan. By far, we spend money drafting huge sums of money drafting huge documents, and nothing comes out of that. The other part is when we are bold and deciding that we have to do this for our people. And so wherever the money is, we must look for it. President Kagame, in partnership with Africa 50, he is doing Kigali City of Innovation, and you made mention of success story, which he is succeeding. There are other success stories in South Africa talking about the Eastern Cape Economic Development Landscape and Lobito Corridor. If not that, Samantha Power and her USA came to pump dollar into it, that confused the president. I'm sure we would have been on our toes doing something, but now President Donald Trump has canceled foreign aid to Africa. What must it say to us, especially in infrastructure finance? We just have few meters, Ghana Millennium Development Corporation and the Millennium Challenge Account, energy investment that they did to us. We have to think and look at how we can get money internally and finance that. One intellectual property can pay most of our debt. We know how much our government bought Pfizer vaccine. And I believe that when we generate internal revenue, we can pay for our infrastructure for our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Passionately. I'll only let a woman if there is a woman who wants to make a comment. Otherwise, I'm going to close this. We could run a whole 3 days. The one comment I will make is that on Saturday, as part of this dialogue, oh, yes, sorry, there is, please bring the microphone down to the front here.
Thanks. I appreciate everything that has been said. But what are we saying about ourselves? In Africa, we boast that there are about 400 million middle-class people. If those 400 million were to give $1 a day to a fund or more, to a fund for infrastructure, we will at least get more than $1 billion a year just from ourselves as individuals. Why don't we also include this?
This is a great idea.
Could be $1, $10, whatever. But let's also look at ourselves. What are we prepared to do before we ask other people to do things for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I summarize the key points out there about what are we doing ourselves, and questions about holding leadership accountable to long-term predictable plans and to policy frameworks that work for the continent. On Saturday morning, there will be a presidential and CEO dialogue as part of this, where between today and tomorrow we bring forward those big questions. And I have no doubt that accountability will come to that table. And this idea, this is innovation, about how do we create a fund and how do we create the trust that you spoke about, that will create the wherewithal to actually drive not just Africans, but others who are passionate about this continent, to put their dollar a day on the table in a predictable, accountable fund. What a great idea to end on. And I ask you all to please give the panel a round of applause. And also help me thank Jerry for not harassing us off the table. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Charles Abani, the UN Resident Coordinator to Ghana. How about a group photograph with all the panelists? It is clear that filling the funding gap for infrastructure requires creative thinking and a multifaceted approach. Coming up now will be another perspective we need to reflect on, the transport and logistics necessary to make free movement a reality. Before that, however, a few sponsor videos, and then we shall continue.
This is the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, recognizing our headline sponsor, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, APD, recognizing our platinum sponsors, the African Export and Import Bank, AfCFTA, MTN Ghana, recognizing our diamond sponsors, KGL Group, Planet One, recognizing our gold sponsors, ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBIT, DevTracker Group, recognizing our silver sponsor, Jospong Group of Companies, recognizing our bronze sponsors, Myla Homes, Golden Coast Developers, Imperial Homes, recognizing our knowledge and strategic partners, Government of Ghana, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, APD, the African Export and Import Bank, AfCFTA, the African Development Bank, AfDB.
We still have one more panel
Shelter
to go.
Afrique
Please don't be in a hurry
Development
to leave.
Shelter Afrique, United Nations in Ghana, Africa Business Council, AFBC, Africa Soft Power, Oxford Business Group, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, Africa America Institute, AAI, recognizing our institutional partner, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat.
Since the beginning of the 20th century, the Lobito Corridor has been a bridge between continents. Between 1902 and 1929, the Benguela Railway Line was built, connecting the Angolan Plateau to the strategic resources of Katanga in the Even after decades of conflict and challenges, Angola has always kept alive the vision of a prosperous future for the region. In 2015, Angola revitalized that vision, concluding the rehabilitation of the line, port, and a supporting logistic infrastructure with an investment of $3.2 billion, paving the way for a new era of economic development and integration. After presidential approval in mid-2020, November 2022 was a milestone.
Angola signed the concession of the Lobito Corridor with the international consortium, Lobito Atlantic Railway. This agreement, valid for 30 years, handed over operations to companies committed to excellence, such as Trafigura, Vecturis, and Mota and Gil. The commitment is clear. Reactivate Lobito Corridor to make it the main trade route between the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean. In January 2023, Angola took another bold step. Together with the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia, it signed the tripartite agreement to establish the Lobito Corridor Transit Transport Facilitation Agency, a pact that aims not only to facilitate the movement of goods, but also to strengthen the economic integration of the entire region. The corridor has become more than just a transportation route. It has become a symbol of cooperation and progress, and a development route. The Lobito Corridor is a promise for Southern Africa and the world. Its influence goes far beyond the transport of goods. It is a way to boost agriculture, facilitate the transition to green energy, expand digital infrastructure, and promote tourism. With the support of the United States and G7 partners, the corridor also plays a crucial role in global food security by ensuring that the region's agricultural products reach international markets more efficiently, contributing to fighting hunger and food insecurity. From its fertile lands to its rare earth elements and the region's tourism opportunities, the corridor is a key to economic growth and sustainable development. The new digital communications along the route are already transforming lives, connecting people and markets. On July 4th, 2023, the presidents of Angola, DRC, and Zambia met to mark the act of handover of the concession of rail services and support logistics of the Lobito Corridor. The event was attended by representatives from several countries, including the United States. The partnership with the U.S. Development Finance Corporation was highlighted as an essential pillar in making the corridor more efficient and competitive in the global marketplace, reinforcing Angola's position as a regional leader in exports, clean energy, and
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the day will end with a cocktail at the Kempinski Hotel, where we'll have all our speakers and resource persons on hand for you to interact with. Humbly, I ask that we all draw forward. We're going to end the last session at exactly 6 o'clock. We have 1 hour to go, and thereafter we shall have cocktails and many interactions. Please draw forward wherever you are. Let's finish hard. We have a gem of a conversation we've reserved for this very last panel. It's all about the transport and logistics necessary to make free movement a reality. Allow me to make welcome, joining us on stage, the panelists. Claude Aman is the Managing Director, Africa Global Logistics. Please make him welcome with a round of applause. A senior partner at the ALPI Namibia, Johnny Shemeneni Esquire, also joins us. Let's receive with delight the CEO of Prime Meridian Docks, Ghana, Stanley R.K. Aholu. The Permanent Secretary for Concession Economics of Angola, Eugenio Mauro de Lima Fernandez. And the moderator, a board member of the Africa Prosperity Network, Mr. Gerhard Mensah. It's important that we have a context setting for this conversation that's just about starting. Doing that for us will be the Permanent Secretary for the Concessions Economy, Mr. Eugenio Mauro de Lima Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez, you have 5 minutes for your context, and thereafter, the panel discussion. Could we please draw forward? It's beginning to look like the teeth of a growing child. I beg you. I ask as a favor for our camera crew, please. Let's draw forward. Thank you very much. All our friends at the back, please join us. You're very kind. Thank you. On my right, please. Mr. Fernandez, the floor is all yours.
Okay. Muito boa tarde a todos. Primeiro, agradecer à organização pelo convite. É a primeira vez.
Purposes of translation, we have devices available. Please reach any of our technicians at the back. Raise your hand as a matter of fact, and they'll come to you with a translation device. 1 is for English, 2 is for French, 3 is for Portuguese, and 4 is for Arabic. Alhamdulillah. Please.
Obrigado. É a primeira vez que venho ao Ghana e para apresentar, falar um bocado de um projeto que é transnacional e que faz referência ao que temos estado a falar aqui, que é basicamente investir e integrar se me puderem ajudar aqui na apresentação. Ok. Ok. Pronto. Eu não ia falar muito relativamente à questão do corredor, porque o vídeo já mostra muito dos detalhes que aqui foram falados. Relativamente, até por questões de economia de tempo, eu ia focar-me neste slide, para as pessoas perceberem a vantagem do corredor de Lobito e o tempo que leva usando o corredor relativamente aos outros corredores disponíveis. Depois, dar nota que por causa de todo este processo de corredor, criou-se essa agência que acaba por ser um processo de integração entre 3 países, nomeadamente o Congo, onde o nosso corredor está ligado, e a Zâmbia, onde iremos fazer uma ligação que compreende uma extensão de 800 km, que será financiado por várias instituições multilaterais e também a ser coordenado pelo AfC. Aqui podemos ver a integração e a coordenação, a parceria relativamente a este corredor. Este é o trajeto que vai ser financiado na ordem dos 4 bilhões de dólares para podermos então ligar até Xingola, na Zâmbia. E a partir daí temos a conexão com o corredor de Tazara, que passa por Zâmbia e Tanzânia ao porto de Dar es Salaam. Aqui, dar uma breve panorâmica do potencial do corredor. Nós olhamos só para a questão externa, que é o Copper Belt, mas também temos um potencial interno, e aqui deixar o convite para os vários investidores que, se tiverem todo o interesse em participar do corredor do Lobito, nós estamos abertos para trocarmos impressões, fazer aqui um B2B e podermos programar até visitas para perceberem o potencial do corredor. Isto também mostra o potencial agrícola, além do potencial mineiro que o corredor tem. Isto é basicamente detalhes de infraestruturas e são questões técnicas que depois podemos falar num outro momento. Aqui, a ligação existente hoje do corredor com o Congo, Kolwezi. A linha férrea sai de Angola e para em Kolwezi. De Luau a Kolwezi são 400 km de linha e nós trazemos tudo o que é metais raros e minérios da zona de Kolwezi pelo corredor de Lobito. Pronto. Depois, muito rapidamente, dizer que nós, no corredor, integramos também o terminal, quer mineraleiro e quer o multipurpose, ou multiusos, que foi concessionado à Africa Global Logistics. E aí nós temos toda a cadeia já com o setor privado, onde os financiamentos que são feitos já não têm impacto com o orçamento do Estado e o Estado basicamente dá o suporte a todos esses investidores e pode usar recursos para avançar noutros projetos que também para nós são prioritários e muito rapidamente eu depois passarei aqui e farei uma provocação de 3 projetos que são extremamente importantes e que também terão o mesmo propósito que é conectividade, integração e investimento. Muito rapidamente, este é o próximo corredor que nós vamos lançar o concurso nos próximos 3 meses. Vai ser um concurso internacional também e aqui chamar a atenção do potencial deste corredor. O corredor do Namibe é um corredor interno, mas que o plano é a extensão até a fronteira com a Namíbia, em Santa Clara, e depois estender até ao Rivungo, já na fronteira com a Zâmbia, que é a zona de Victoria Falls. É um corredor que tem também um potencial elétrico, potencial este que depois também poderemos mobilizar financiamento privado para toda a questão de eletrificação da linha e mesmo até para o fornecimento de energia às sociedades mineiras que normalmente gastam 30% em custos operacionais com o combustível. E aqui nós temos a garantia de off-takers até para a parte de energia. Isto é o potencial mineiro e está hoje a acontecer várias concessões ao longo deste corredor, vários minérios, desde terras raras, lítio, ouro, diamantes, níquel, cobalto, etc. E depois temos um porto que está a ser terminado, que vai ser inaugurado este ano, que vai servir também de integração neste corredor, nomeadamente o terminal mineraleiro do Sacomar, e esta vai ser a ideia do futuro terminal. Teremos um terminal mineraleiro e um terminal de contentores que nós estamos a expandir. E também será feita a sua concessão e aí apelar ao setor privado para participarem deste projeto que também para nós é estruturante. Um terceiro é o terminal de águas profundas do Caio em Cabinda. Está nesta fase de execução, nós em princípio terminaremos este projeto em novembro e a ideia é concessionar este terminal de águas profundas e desenvolver a Zona Franca numa área de 500 hectares. Esta Zona Franca terá a particularidade de servir o setor petrolífero, potencial a nível da madeira, do ouro e do agronegócio, além da questão do setor petrolífero. E aqui também deixar um apelo aos investidores, porque é um projeto que pode ser gerido por um grupo ou um consórcio africano com capacidade para o efeito. Aqui uma ideia de como é que será o projeto, a Zona Franca. Cabinda tem também particularidades a nível de taxas muito atraentes. Nós temos um regime especial em Cabinda e então o VAT é 2%, contrariamente a toda a região do país, que são 14%. Depois, por fim, e já para terminar, o novo aeroporto internacional Dr. António Agostinho Neto foi inaugurado há 2 anos, está em operação de forma gradual. Temos hoje operações já com ligação a Kinshasa e vamos depois, as domésticas também já estão em curso e depois vamos passar gradualmente para as ligações com o Médio Oriente e a Europa e a América do Sul. dizer que este aeroporto foi projetado para 15 milhões de passageiros. Vamos ter, em finais de julho, o resultado do operador final, que fizemos um concurso público para a sua concessão e também, cada vez mais, queremos envolver o setor privado. Mas o grande desafio está aqui, que é a cidade aeroportuária. E isto é um projeto, nós desenvolvemos aqui um master plan com a Foster & Partners para desenvolver a cidade aeroportuária. E aqui o Estado terá apenas o papel ou responsabilidade da infraestrutura de base e aqui convidar os privados para as várias oportunidades que poderão ter dentro da cidade aeroportuária, numa área de 16 mil hectares. Pronto. De forma generalizada, era isso que queríamos apresentar, Corredor de Lobito e mais uns projetos. Corredor de Lobito, como é o flagship project de Angola hoje, é um projeto que criou uma expectativa muito grande e nós contamos com todos para poderem fazer parte deste projeto, que para nós não é um projeto de Angola, é um projeto da África, é um projeto transnacional. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mario. Probably most of us, or some of us, couldn't follow the French rendition, but the slides and the writings, I think, did help. And so we very much appreciate the context that you have set for this evening's discussion. So basically, the efforts at Africa integration must be transported from one point to another. It needs movement. Movement from concept to implementation. Movement from ambition to action. But more importantly, from the slides presented by Mario, people must be able to move within the continent. So must goods and services. Transport and logistics therefore become imperative. I believe we can appreciate the vision behind the establishment of the Black Star shipping line by Kwame Nkrumah decades ago, as well as the Ghana Airways. And other countries did the same. But the momentum was not sustained. Today, we talk about deficits. We see the Lobito Corridor Development example, which is an attempt to close the infrastructure gap when it comes to transport and logistics. But how big is the deficit that we talk about when we are looking at transport and logistics within Africa as a vehicle for African integration? How big is the deficit? What valuation can we put on it, Claude?
That's a tough question. So I'm Claude Aman. I'm the Managing Director for Africa Global Logistics in Ghana. The challenges start right from the exit of our workshop. I would say, you know, the potholes, they just started right at the exit of the workshop, right at the moment that then the trucks come outside the workshop. And all along their journey to, let's take an example in Ghana, all along the journey to Burkina Faso, if they want to go to Bobo Dioulasso, for instance, I will be very practical, okay? When you speak to the drivers and when you want them to to share their ideas about how to fix the problems that they encountered every day. They will tell you, boss, when I'm going to Burkina Faso, Bobo Dioulasso, as from Techiman, there is a lot of problems because there is no roads. And it's not only in Techiman, but from Techiman to Hamale, it's like 400 or 500 kilometers. There are no roads, no proper roads. In Africa, in some countries, and we are encountering this kind of problems, and the gap is very huge. I can value it, but it's, they said earlier, before our panel, they said that the gap of financing infrastructure is about 68 billions to 140 billions. And if you want to build modern highways, so modern highways from Tema to Burkina Faso, it will take you at least 10 to 11 billions. So it means that you can divide this 140 billion by 10, and you will see that how to value the gap between the needs on the ground, in the field, and the reality, I would say. That's my point.
Thank you, Claude. I will come to you, Mr. Aholu. And so the entire infrastructure deficit, it's pegged at somewhere topping around 40 billion. As Claude said, difficult to put a value on what can be assigned to transport and logistics. But how did we come here? How did we get here? How did we accrue this huge deficit? Where were our leaders?
Okay, well, let me introduce myself first. My name is Stanley Aholu. I'm the CEO of Prime Meridian Docks, a company that is project developing for maritime infrastructure here in Ghana. I'm also a maritime lawyer by profession. And so much of what I would say, understandably, would be in relation to the maritime sector, which is, for me, a very important part of the transport network that is required if we want to get where we want to get to. Now, in terms of the question you asked, how did we get here? We've been here for a very long time, and we haven't actually paid attention to the things we need to pay attention to. Put it bluntly, we haven't put our money where our mouth is. I mean, the transport system we have in Africa, in reference to the maritime sector as an example, is essentially colonial. It is structured so as to extract raw materials by way of exports, and then also to bring in manufactured products into the continent, which we heavily rely on. Ghana, you know, I say Africa is a giant supermarket for other people's goods. We're importing almost virtually. But, you know, you would understand that when we talk about maritime transportation and logistics, it's not only about ports. The value chain is quite wide. And we have focused on ports to the detriment of the other aspects of that network. Now, the result of this is that we are not connected in Africa. Thankfully, we have AfCFTA as an opportunity which we should pay particular attention to. But AfCFTA is not going to work if we do not put money into building the transport or maritime transport infrastructure. Africa is trading among itself about 16% That's all we're doing. We build ports that are competing with each other but are not connected to our production centers and our markets. And the ports we have are actually functioning for the benefit of multilateral or the global trade to the detriment of Africa's trade and prosperity. I think that that's where we are, bluntly, because of neglect. We've maintained a system that is not working for Africa, essentially.
Thank you, Stanley. And I'll come to you, Johnny. When you read literature on Africa's infrastructure deficit, one word that keeps repeating itself is complexities. That Africa's infrastructure deficit is complex. And it repeats itself when you're also looking at issues of transport and logistics because of movement across borders and all that. What, in your opinion, is it that can be done in order to simplify the complexities?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is John Chimadeni. I'm from Namibia, and I represent the Africa Practice Group that was mentioned by my last friend, that is African breed. Now, I'm emphasizing on African breed because I want to say that the African problems must be solved, must be given African solutions, because sometimes we look too far without understanding the dynamics within the African context. When I listened to the presentation, it's a very good initiative. And over the years, when we have these dialogues, we do talk about free trade and free movement of goods between African countries. And it's a dialogue that we've been having for a very long time. I think we have come to a point now that we need to implement those initiatives that we have put in place. And where do we start? We start by talking to one another, by having bilateral agreement among ourselves, so that when we, like Namibia is a very close ally to Angola, because Namibia shares direct borders with Angola. And Namibia also have a duty to other countries that are landlocked to transport their goods through the Warfish Bay port. Now, when you have that, it's a starting point to have the conversation to say that as Namibia, how do we expand the port so that it can accommodate those cargoes and logistic services that come from other countries that are landlocked? So those are the conversations that we need to have. And for us to have this conversation, we need to be intentional and deliberate about it to say that what do we want to achieve? And for me, if you look at the deficit really, is to come together and put our plans that which we structured already and put it in place. That's really the starting point. Otherwise, we'll be talking about all these good initiatives, and if we don't put it into action, we don't talk to one another, the countries are not having bilateral agreement, and we need to develop our own standards that connect to say that if I'm building a railway from Namibia crossing to Botswana, the standard should be the same so that there's a collaboration between the two.
Thank you, Johnny. Clearly, the issues present challenges, they present opportunities, and when Mario, you were doing your presentation, there was a clear example of an attempt to take advantage of some of the opportunities that are thrown up as a result of the situation in which we find ourselves. I see the Lobito example as one that, and as you stated in the slide, is targeted and also supported the landlocked countries within the sub-region by coming together, pooling resources, and developing those ports and other facilities that can support landlocked countries. What are some of the challenges? What are some of the opportunities?
Ok, obrigado. Bem, nós temos várias oportunidades e eu penso que as oportunidades não podem só ser vistas do lado angolano, porque o corredor de Lobito hoje é um projeto que integra dois países, mais dois países. E então as oportunidades começam onde começa a linha férrea, nomeadamente a partir de Kolwezi, hoje, até o Lobito, desde plataformas logísticas, desde desenvolver a indústria, o agronegócio e também, por causa deste projeto do corredor, hoje há uma iniciativa privada que é o lançamento de uma linha de transmissão de energia que vai ligar ao interconector da Zâmbia e, via corredor de Lobito, poder-se vender energia. E isto também com o setor privado. Temos, naturalmente, o envolvimento, por exemplo, do corredor de Lobito, amiga do Banco Mundial, que está a trabalhar connosco por causa da questão das garantias, e então cada vez mais olhamos para oportunidades em que o setor privado, ao longo do corredor, que estamos a desenvolver um master plan, precisamente para que os investimentos sejam feitos de forma assertiva e termos uma agência que facilita, e essa agência que foi criada, o seu quartel-general é no Lobito e é uma presidência rotativa. 3 anos Angola, até 2027, depois será o Congo. Então, a questão dos investimentos não vão estar só concentrados na parte angolana. Então, as oportunidades vão de surgir falando com todas as contrapartes. Então, o corredor de Lobito tem essa vantagem por ser um projeto já a nível africano. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. So you took us through some of the challenges, and then you delve into the Lobito example and how it is helping to solve some of those challenges. But Stanley, from the maritime perspectives where you have great expertise, if you are asked to offer a 3-point solution to African integration from the perspective of maritime infrastructure or maritime transportation, what will your 3-point solution be?
Thank you very much. I think the framework, let me begin by saying that the framework for dealing with our transportation challenges, it's in fact the AfCFTA single market. And I'll get back to that. But there's been a lot said already as far as the maritime sector is concerned. There's been a lot of work and pronouncements from a policy point of view that has been talked about and said. And Dr. Zuma is here, and I'm lucky to have been, when she was chair of the AU, I was lucky to have been invited to her house in Addis Ababa when she was launching the AIMS strategy. She did a lot of work on the maritime strategy for Africa because she understood that he who rules the oceans rules the world. And the cheapest and most sustainable form of transportation is, in fact, maritime transportation. And by maritime transportation, I'm talking about, efficiently, safely, and sustainably moving goods and people across the continent, and moving goods from production centers or feedstock areas to market. And this is how we're going to grow Africa. And so I think that, under the AfCFTA, there's a lot of work already that has been done to create the framework for that to happen. I think Africa is fragmented, everybody knows that, in terms of the legal framework or legislation and regulation needed to actually have a homogeneous transport system that allows for the prosperity of Africa. So that's number one. We need that regulation across board. And the way to do this is something that, has been said, is a system. We have to create a market for local ships, local transportation by way of the sea and inland waters. And this will be reserved for Africa. And this is focused on movement of African goods and people. And this is different from long-haul transportation of goods into Africa and out of Africa. So until we do that, in some places it's called a cabotage regime. A cabotage regime, and you know, just for your information, as of today, the United States of America is enhancing its age-old cabotage laws to ensure that they reserve local maritime transportation to Americans and have a transportation system that serves the American economy. And so we need to focus on that. And so that's one way to look at it. And then de-risk that market, if you like, to allow for private involvement and participation without the private sector actually getting involved in that market, which will be delineated by legislation and regulation. We are not going anywhere far. The policy is there, the legislation, fragmented legislation, country from country are all there, but we need to harmonize all of this under the AfCFTA's legal regime to be able to achieve that. But that cabotage regime is essential for Africa's maritime transportation and success. Thank you.
So, strong private participation, strong local participation as well. Claude, the logistics sector, what baby steps are required in order to ensure that it provides the required support for Africa's integration?
Thank you. As my brother said, the regulatory framework is the first step we should work on. We should harmonize our policies. There are plenty of workshops at dialogues that have been discussed about this topic, but nothing practical has been put in place so far. To me, the first thing to be dealt with is the policies harmonization. We should harmonize our policies when it comes to trading, when it comes to people movement. That's the first point. The second point is about the corridor development approach that our PIDA is working on. You know, at each border, you have 2 posts. And they have started working on one-stop border posts in East Africa, and they are doing well. And what I heard from this experience is that movements are going faster. And the second step for me is to reinforce this one-stop border posts into our borders. The third point I would say is about the roads, our roads. I'll come back to the roads. We should have a plan to maintain the roads. Unfortunately, we build highways and we let them deteriorate, unfortunately. And we should work at maintaining them for their lifespan, for a better lifespan. And because we've already did this investment, okay? And we should not let them, I would say, deteriorate like this. That's my 3 points for my 3 steps to improve the logistics network.
Okay. Johnny, in the strange world in which we are, where we are virtually being overwhelmed by technology, and at times strange ones at that, what will you say is the role of technology and innovation in resolving the challenges around transport and logistics?
Yeah, very good. Because one aspect of improving free trade through logistics is definitely infrastructures, physical infrastructures. But the other challenge really is the services. I always see a lot of trucks coming from Zambia with a copper through to the port of Walvis Bay to be shipped out. But that infrastructure is there. The road network between Namibia and Zambia exists. But there is a challenge because the goods remain too long at the border. There is no collaboration between the two countries. So there is a need then to establish a sort of a one-stop border, which is rather digitized, so that one can make your booking wherever you are, or so the two countries can talk to each other. Because having infrastructure is very, very good. But then if you don't put those infrastructures, those services in place, it creates a bit of a gap. The other thing that one can look into digitizing is that is the issue of security as well. There's a high component, in as much as we emphasize on putting all these trade agreements in place, we also have to build confidence among each other, among different African nations. And for us to do that, I must be able to know that when I transport my consignment from wherever it comes, is secure. So there is really a need for that digital interoperability system that enable you to see your consignment from the end and to where it comes from. So as we are moving in this digital space, I think we can then embrace those innovations so that you can make trade much, much easier. Because if you only focus on infrastructure, we may miss out on those type of services.
Thank you, Johnny. Mario, in your slides, I saw that mining stood out very prominently in terms of how transport and logistics can support the mining sector across countries and within the continent. Beyond mining, I am not sure if I saw any other sector. So what are the other sectors that stand to benefit from an efficient transport and logistics service within the continent?
On Lobito, for example, the agro-business is one of the sectors. Peço desculpa a ir para o inglês. O Lobito é dos... o setor agrícola, por exemplo, nós hoje temos projeto muito interessante no corredor do Lobito, que é uma plataforma logística que fizemos um acordo com uma empresa holandesa que é a Flying Swans, em que eles fazem a recolha de 6 frutas tropicais a todos os produtores à volta. Este é o plano, e depois na mesma plataforma o objetivo é a conservação, a calibração e exportar para a União Europeia. Então há aqui, além da questão mineira, há também o negócio da madeira hoje, que também está a ser muito procurado ao longo do corredor. Então há várias oportunidades nesse sentido. Também a questão da fibra óptica, a questão das telecomunicações. O corredor hoje tem uma extensão de 1.344 quilómetros, do Lobito ao Luau. E então foi passada toda a fibra óptica, e hoje há provedores de serviços de telecomunicações que pretendem explorar a fibra para servir todas as províncias que passam, ou regiões que passam, onde passa o corredor. Então eu penso que os primeiros passos foram dados, e agora é tudo uma questão em cadeia. Começam a surgir outras atividades conexas, outras oportunidades, e como disse, aquilo deixa de ser um corredor ferroviário e é um corredor de desenvolvimento. E aí as oportunidades são nos vários setores. Queria só dar uma nota de, por exemplo, dessa parceria que nós temos com o Congo e a Zâmbia. Hoje o porto do Lobito tem um espaço que será reservado como dry dock para a Zâmbia e o Congo. Precisamente quando usarem o corredor, as suas mercadorias poderem ficar no porto. E então já nesse acordo também há um espaço já dedicado para eles. Então eu penso que aqui o corredor de Lobito acaba por ser um exemplo que não devemos caminhar sozinhos. Temos que caminhar juntos, temos que pensar de forma integrada, um plano diretor africano ou regional em que tudo o que é infraestruturas consigam estar integradas para termos benefício e, naturalmente, olhar para o setor privado, porque o Estado não tem capacidade para fazer tudo. E temos aí muitos fundos de investimento, o futuro em África, e o que nós temos de fazer é preparar bem os projetos, as condições precedentes, para podermos apresentar projetos bancáveis, principalmente para esses investidores, porque há muito dinheiro no mundo, só que é preciso ter os estudos, todo esse processo pronto para investir e criar um bom ambiente de negócios. E o corredor quer fazer isso, esse projeto, e eu acho que é um bom exemplo para toda a África relativamente a isso. Obrigado.
Mercy. Stanley, when it comes to the aviation sector, Ethiopian Airlines today stands out as a stellar example. Any comparator within Maritime, either currently or looking into the future? What is happening within that space?
Well, the Ethiopian Airways, I'm not qualified to talk about Ethiopian Airways, but I think that there's, first of all, the investment, there's quite a bit of investment in what they do, and also it's run commercially. This is not something that suffers, if I'm not mistaken, the inefficiencies of the public sector, ways in which things are managed. And so if there's any success, there has to be, that there's investment and then there's management of the business in a way that, is efficient. I think, the maritime sector has been quite left in the domain of government, and it hasn't worked very much to our benefit. I think that, the private sector, as I indicated earlier, the private sector has to be attracted to that sector, especially given that it's essential to the movement, the most cost-efficient movement of goods and people across the continent for the prosperity of the continent. It has to be invested in. We need to attract private sector investment and private sector efficiencies. I'm saying this from a point of view of having been 10 years trying to raise money myself to develop foundational infrastructure for the maritime sector here in Ghana, which of course it's a sub-regional infrastructure. And in that process, it is clear to me that the attention of capital in the direction is not what it should be. And it should take private sector entrepreneurs and innovators to help de-risk that sector to attract the necessary capital to be able to develop it, and then to manage the services, in order to be able to make the sector work for us. And so if there's any comparison between Ethiopian Airlines, which apparently is working successfully, and then what is happening in the maritime sector, I think that the maritime sector is over-focused on public sector operatives. It is also not attracting the right capital. I think it's heavily concentrated on ports And I think what the Lobito corridor or project represents is a very good one, but I'm hoping also that the Lobito corridor project doesn't become a railway connecting the mines in DRC simply to the port, and which is basically the colonial superstructure of extracting raw material out of the continent. And I hope that is not the case, but that is a situation where we are trying to get, feedstock from areas where Africa has them in abundance to production centers in Africa, and then move them to markets in Africa, first and foremost, in order to actually achieve intra-African trade, and that is the way Africa prospers.
Go ahead, Mario.
Queria só dar aqui uma nota relativamente à questão do setor marítimo e até fazer uma provocação ao colega do lado esquerdo. Angola tem 1.650 quilômetros de costa marítima e nós estamos com um desafio agora que é alavancar a cabotagem do norte ao sul, 1.650 quilômetros. E eu penso, e o corredor do Lobito, por exemplo, no porto do Lobito, nós já estamos a desenvolver um terminal de cabotagem, precisamente porque queremos fazer e maximizar esse processo. E eu acredito que podemos depois até falar um bocadinho sobre isso, porque queremos também trazer investidores para este projeto, que é a cabotagem ao longo da costa. Obrigado.
Thank you. Johnny, will it be safe to say that AfCFTA can serve as a catalyst for improving upon transportation within Africa and between African countries? Can we safely say that the concept of AfCFTA, when implemented, can serve as a catalyst for efficiency in transportation that supports Africa integration?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, definitely there's a higher benefit or advantage to have effective infrastructures across the African globe. And one key component is that, I think it was mentioned earlier by the previous speakers, when they're saying that in as much as you are building good infrastructures, we must look into maintaining them as well, so that once they are maintained, we'll be able to trade effectively. But key aspect is the legal framework that was mentioned earlier as well, that have to be in place. And once you have your legal framework in place, have a good formation of bilateral agreement, have a standard protocol on how to maintain and use these infrastructures. It's also very important to know, now that we have these infrastructures, who owns them? Is it owned by the individual countries? Is it owned by a regional bloc within Africa? Or is it owned by those ones that are putting money in to put up those infrastructures? That conversation has to be clear, so that you don't create a lot of restrictions on the usage of the trade. Because sometimes we get into PPPs, or we get to borrow money somewhere else, and then you have a list of restrictions of items that you can transport, or things that you can move to which country. That creates also a barrier. And also, lastly, I want to say that there is also a need for political will, because once you put up infrastructures, they need to be supported continuously, regardless of what the government of the day is. That is something that we need to incorporate in our strategy as well.
Sorry, Stanley, please.
Yeah, so just to add something to this, because the AfCFTA is extremely important as far as I'm concerned. And most recently, the AfCFTA organized a session, a consultative session in Lome to discuss how a legal framework for transportation under the AfCFTA can be progressed. And I think that was a very good initiative, which I participated in. And I think it's important that, you know, the continental transport, we have to begin to look at transport from a continental standpoint, not from parochial national interest points of view only. And so that you would have an integrated policy under the AfCFTA. You would also have a regulatory harmonized regime across board. And then also you have incentive packages, especially in relating to the maritime sector. I believe that Africa's competitive advantage in the maritime or shipping is short sea shipping, not long haul shipping. Long haul shipping, that boat has left long. We cannot compete in that sector. I think we can only compete in short sea shipping and inland waterways. That's our competitive advantage. And the way to do that is under AfCFTA, a regulatory regime that harmonizes across board, delineates a market for short sea shipping, also creates incentives across market to allow for local participation and local ownership of ships. I think that's the way to go. So AfCFTA is the right framework. I think that's a major opportunity for all transport sectors. I think the point needs to be made quite emphatically that AfCFTA creates the right opportunity for us to harmonize our transport.
So that's a Pan-African initiative. It is in that context that I'll come to you, Claude, and ask about the program for infrastructure development for Africa, which is an initiative of African leaders in order to speedily develop Africa's infrastructure. Any hope for us in that?
Well, what I would like to say to add on what my predecessors said is that AfTA and the PIDA, they are both working together. AfTA has to put in place the, let's say, the soft matters, like policies, regulatory, the non-barrier tariffs, working on the single windows, etc., and the rules of origin. AfTA works on these topics, and the PIDA works on the hard ones. You know, the rails, the roads, the bridges, the transmission lines, and they are doing well. The last report, they say the 10-year report that they released recently showed that they are doing well. 40% of what they expect to do by 2014 have been achieved in terms of modern highways. It's roughly the same when it comes to railways and transmission line. So these two initiatives, AfTA and PIDA, are very important for the prosperity of Africa. Working together, one on the soft matters and the other on the hard matters, we will go to prosperity. Yeah.
Thank you very much. At this stage, I think I will invite one or two comments from participants on the floor. I believe there's a microphone going round. If you have a microphone, just show by hand. Yes. Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Toma Imiri. I would want to agree with what Stanley was saying. Look, we need to get our strategy for Pan-African transport connectivity for goods right. And getting it right means using maritime. Look, if you build a road from Accra to Nairobi and say you want to now haul goods by truck, it's going to take you longer than if you were hauling those goods to the moon. We all know that even in ECOWAS, does had a trade liberalization scheme for so long now. Any exporter from Ghana will tell you how difficult it is moving his goods between borders by road. Now, simple example, you want to ship cocoa products company chocolate to Nigeria. You put in a truck and start heading for Nigeria. You're going to meet about 20 checkpoints. Along with immigration, customs, and all of them. So many of them would not even listen to what you're arguing about the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme. Now imagine if you are shipping that thing all the way to Kenya, where crossing countries that don't have any such arrangements. Put it in a ship. When it leaves Terra, the place where the next point of call is where it's going to be offloaded. It eliminates the problems of so many checkpoints. So what you do is, rather than build a Trans-Africa highway, you build roads from the ports across the continent to the landlocked countries inside.
All right, Thomas. Point well made. Thank you very much. There's a lady's hand here. Yes. Name?
Thank you. I'm Victoria Odum. We spoke of roads, airways, maritime. What of our railways? This is for Africa, but I'm a Ghanaian. I'm asking, what of our railways? Traffic congestions everywhere because everyone wants to own a car. When you get a job opportunity in Tema and you are in Accra, because of traffic congestion, you have to compulsory rent over there or you become a squatter at Tema. But if we have trains are faster, the capacity to carry goods and human is far higher than cars. So it seems our focus is more on the maritime, the roads. I plead with our top-notch, the honorable members, the investors, let's look at that side.
All right, Victoria. Thank you very much. Any other? Let me first look this way. On this side, yes. I'll come to you later.
Okay, good evening. My name is Owusu Apia. I'm the founder and CEO of Crusaders of Change for Environmental Sustainability in Africa. I think whilst we are discussing about the roads and railway line and other transportation sector, one thing I would like to plead with you is that I see that in Ghana here, most of our major roads has now tend to be like potholes, manholes, and some other stuff, creating a lot of accidents. Because every single day, not only in Ghana, but within the continent of Africa. So I am pleading with you that sometimes it costs like 1.2 million Ghana cedis to construct 1 kilometer road. So assuming if it's like 20 or 30 or 50 kilometers, and the road takes us like maybe less than 2 years, and it tends to be like potholes. It seems like every single day we have to be on the same problem. I see that we cannot develop as a continent. So all these are some of the things I am pleading with you, that when you get the opportunity to meet the leaders or the leadership in Africa, you should tell them some of these things because it is affecting all of us.
Point well made. Thank you very much. I'll take the last two. One from here and one from there. There was a hand here, am I right? Otherwise? Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Voilà. Je m'appelle Nzanzu Katia, je viens de la RDC. Et ma préoccupation est par rapport au fait que nous avons parlé des infrastructures routières, mais nous n'avons pas beaucoup parlé des personnes qui allaient utiliser ces infrastructures routières. C'est-à-dire le chauffeur qui devra faire plus de 3 000, 5 000 km sur la route. Qu'en est-il de ce monsieur? Où pourra-t-il lui-même se reposer et reprendre des forces pour continuer la route? Et l'autre point sur lequel j'aimerais avoir une réponse, c'est par rapport à la traçabilité de ces marchandises qui vont emprunter ces différents corridors. Merci.
Okay, good
Please
evening.
go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Jonas. I work for a company that supports seagoing vessels and also long journey transportation haulage companies with fuels. And I'm glad to see Stanley and Claude here. According to reports, Africa is the second largest land space after China. And OECD also reports that in the next 25 years, we'll have at least 1.6 billion young people here on this continent. And we have 54 countries in Africa, with 16 of them being landlocked. So that means that there's going to be quite a lot of cross-border trade. North Africa, which Africa is just second before in terms of land space, doesn't have that much borders, the same also as China, but Africa has quite a lot of borders. I'm just wondering where road trains comes in all these conversations about having to have a solid, robust policy framework for transportation of goods, because Africa literally doesn't have quite a lot of rail network like we have in Australia and other parts of the West. So I'm just really wondering, maybe Claude can take this question, since the likes of AGL and Federated Logistics, Ghana's biggest logistics companies, do a lot of export of goods to most of the landlocked countries. Where do we fit road trains in all these rail policy networks there?
Thank you very much. I think we'll respond to the road train question. Just that one. Any of you who would want to provide a response? His question is about where we fix rail in all these conversations about infrastructure and transportation across African countries.
Okay, I'll try to give an answer to this. Previously, we said that there are programs there are projects, please, under the PIDA initiatives. And these projects are mainly based to connect regions, connect countries across Africa. I think the subject that you raised is about local movement of people in big cities like Accra or Nairobi or Johannesburg. And these kind of projects have to be handled by the governments, I would say. It's not a NAFTA or a PIDA issue to me. So yes, governments have to handle this kind of issues and find the way that people should move seamlessly in the big cities and mainly in capitals. That's my point.
All right, Stan.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think it's important that we create the opportunity and the environment to allow private sector investment into our transportation system. And by transportation system, we're talking intermodal. So all the different facets of transportation are quite important to achieve the goal of efficient movement of goods and people. And again, the way to do this is to get regulation and policy in place that allows for local investment into these areas. Now, the investment has to make sense. There has to be a return on investment, and therefore you need to de-risk the market. You need to provide incentives for local investors to see an opportunity to invest in these areas. Where there are people and there's a need to move them from one place to another, the most efficient way of doing that, once the technology is available, the investors would find a way of providing that service. What government needs to do is to find a way of creating regulation and incentive policies that attract capital and private capital.
Thank you very much. We have been here discussing how to deliver the single market that we all desire for Africa, and we are clear in our minds that infrastructure is critical to that. The theme under which we are having these discussions, we also agree that it requires investment. We need to connect amongst ourselves, among countries, and we need to integrate. The panel this evening has looked at the aspect of transport and logistics. I think we are in agreement that we require a robust system that facilitates efficiency in transportation and also the logistical support that is needed for the movement of people, goods, and services. Looks like Africa took its eyes off the ball. We started off so well in the shipping sector, in the airline sector, in rails. We haven't expanded as we ought to have. We've been taken by events. There are deficits. But also, are there a reawakening, a set of reawakening, which find expression in AfCFTA, finds expression in PIDA, and so that offers some hope that at least, as we say in Ghana, Sankofa Yenchi, we are on the path to rediscovery and to rebuild infrastructure that will help us integrate. We've been doing this with Cloud, Johnny, Stanley, and Maro, and we thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
And we thank you, Mr. Gert Mensah, for that masterful moderation of this very wonderful conversation. And so in 2023, we came together. That was the beginning. 2024, we stayed together. That was progress. 2025, here we are working together to ensure success by delivering Africa's single market through infrastructure. Please give yourselves a round of applause. So gradually, we've come to the end of day one. A few announcements, and then we break off from here. Tomorrow, please, a group photograph. Tomorrow, registration starts at 8 o'clock. We expect all to be seated at 8:30 latest. We begin with the energy panel at the top of the morning, and we expect one Christian Kalonji. How many have heard of him? He comes from the Great India Dam project, and we will have our very own energy minister, the Honorable John Jinapo, coming to walk us through the developments that have taking place and how honest views about long-term debt dependency from I'm mixing them up, I beg you. They will walk us through the energy sector, the various initiatives that have come up in respect of energy and green transition. The second will be a panel on the role of development partners. We hope to hear some honest views about long-term debt dependency from diplomats representing some of our most important leaders for infrastructural projects. Then we'll have a central panel on digital infrastructure and innovation, which will focus on the most critical areas of infrastructural development, the stuff that could help after leapfrog the third industrial revolution of nuts and bolts manufacturing and build a new knowledge information-based economy. Finally, from all these discussions and other discussions that we've had from day one and day two, we will come to the key takeaways that will lead us to the business executive and presidential dialogue on Saturday. We expect that all will be in attendance, and we shall crown it with resounding success. For now, we make our way to the Kempinski Gold Coast City Hotel. 6:30 we begin our cocktails, and we invite one and all to be part. Most of our resource persons will be on hand for you to engage with them. But tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, we all represent. My name is Jerry Ajololo. I'm thankful for your time and the pleasure of your company. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.